Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Raymer will sit for Mr. Maitland tonight. And we start with Congregation Knesset Tifereth Israel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I represent the congregation, owner of a cemetery parcel on Memory Lane off of Purvisville Road. And
Excuse me, Mr. Cohen, can you just turn that microphone on? I don't think it's, no. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
And the congregation is before you tonight to ask for your confirmation of the applicability of Public Act 11-5 to a site plan approval which you granted in May of 2011, permitting the addition of 3,052 additional grave sites on a 3-acre portion of the entire 33-acre parcel that they own. Site plan was approved on May 10th, 2011, which was before the applicable date of the statute, and it hasn't expired since. And so under the terms of 11-5, the site plan does not expire for a period not less than 9 years after the date of approval, which would bring it to May 10th, 2020.
Okay. Any comments from the commission? Any comments from the public? Have a motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion to extend this approval to May 10th, 2020, with the note that all the conditions of our decision still remain open and will need to be addressed prior to permit issuance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need a second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Pass number 2, final coastal site plan, 95 Club Road.
Good evening, Melissa Klopper for the applicant, Ivy Barnum O'Mara. We've been working diligently with the zoning staff for this application. We received comments this morning from the DEEP, which made us realize that we have some more work to do. So at this point, we would like to make this a final application and omitting the pool and the pool house, because we can't seem to get those issues resolved. So again, we'd like to make it still a final application, final coastal site plan for everything but the pool and the pool house. With that in mind, there are only really a few items that were open according to the staff notes in the various departments. The first one really is the calculation of the floor area ratio and the grade plane. There was some confusion in the various surveys that were submitted and the elevations. And but in fact that we would be able to use the flood zone grade plane, which is a mouthful, as opposed to the proposed grade plane. So with using the flood zone grade plane, we then comply with the floor area ratio numbers, and the height of the building is sufficient. So we actually delivered the corrected documents to the zoning enforcement officer, Jody, and he approved that this morning. I have an email confirming that, and that went to Pat Leroux also.
The problem is, if you're switching the basis on which you did the grade plane, if you wanted to stay with final and exclude the pool and the pool house, it would be one thing, but now you're actually proposing to change the basis on which the fundamental site plan is done, and, well, because you're changing the grade plane. You're changing it to the flood zone grade plane, which is a change in the site plan itself. Thoughts from anybody on that?
Any other comment?
Hold on a second, let me see what Katie says to that.
I mean, this is a must decide.
Right.
So, I mean, one thought might be to convert it to a
Would you
preliminary.
be willing to convert it to preliminary based on,
I will take some.
I see it as an issue that you're making a change in the basis
Right.
on which you do the whole grade plane.
Tony DeAndrea, representing the owners and the applicants. The issue came up with the confusion that often has come up recently because it's still new, on the issue between the grade plane, the regular grade plane, and the flood zone grade plane.
I'm
So the-
not confused.
I'm going to explain why you're not confused. The reason is, what we actually had to do is lower the grading around the building. We did that by adjusting it by less than a foot. So now the grade plane, the flood zone grade plane, is applicable because the actual grading around the site comes up to 10.4. As a result, that's below the flood zone grade plane of 11, which we're allowed to do, which is 2 feet below the base flood. So that's all compliant. All we did was adjust the grade down. Everything else is the same.
But you're
There's no
making a
reason to hold up the site plan approval for that, in my opinion.
So how would that impact the FAR, and how does that impact the drainage by?
Doesn't impact the drainage in any way, shape, or form, Katie, because the grading was always down and away from the outside of the home. All we did was lower a portion of the grading behind the house, which can't really even be seen. So it didn't affect that at all. As a result, by lowering the grade plane, the actual grade plane, to less than the flood zone grade plane, we meet the criteria of that section of our new regulation. And as a result, the floor area below the flood zone grade plane does not count. And that's affecting only the garage of this structure. So nothing else changes. You could not tell the change on this plan.
But we haven't seen the plan. And under the flood regulations, you're not allowed to have anything else in that basement.
Could you turn on
That's
the
correct.
slide?
The flood zone, the basement is compliant. We have the flood vents, they haven't changed. The garage elevation hasn't changed. The first floor hasn't changed. All we did was adjust the grading at the back of the house to satisfy the zoning enforcement officer's notice that we had to adjust the grading around the home down. It's exactly what the commission wanted to accomplish, minimize the amount of fill around the dwelling in the flood hazard zones.
So the way the plan that we've reviewed for this proposal, so using the regular grade plane, the garage wouldn't count, but the storage room would count, and then the rest of the basement would count 50%. So at this, is it still, where are you falling? Where all of the basement would discount?
Would discount nothing in the garage or the basement, elevate the garage and any floor areas below the first floor. The first floor is set at 17 rather. The flood zone grade plane is 11.
Right.
The crawl space floor is 11.5, drops down to 11 on a portion of it, and then goes to 7 for the garage. So as a result, everything in the lower level of the structure is below the flood zone grade plane, and therefore, under the regulation, it does not count. So all we did was comply with the zoning that's applicable to this site by lowering the grading by less than, basically a foot around the building. It's very simple.
Can we see a basement plan?
You can see a basement plan, but it hasn't changed from what you saw in the application package.
We looked for it in the FAR drawings yesterday, and nobody could find it.
One more thing, just introduction. It's not a basement, it's a crawl space.
We need to see the
Yeah, we will.
plan.
We're going to show you, obviously, Mr. Fox, but it's not a basement per se, it's a crawl space.
Are you showing it, or is this gentleman showing it? What is your name, sir?
Introduce yourself.
I'm Louis Campana. I'm the architect representing the client as well.
What's your name?
Louis Campana. The reason why they're not shown in the FAR drawings or worksheets is because it does not count in the FAR because of what we're
It did
speaking
count
about
up
tonight.
until 10 minutes ago.
Right. So we have,
Yeah, I mean,
So I'm just trying to see the basement level or the garage level
what?
in plan.
I just have a problem with the change on, we're supposed to approve a change on a fly like this. This is,
So explain what I'm looking at.
okay, so, sorry. You can see here, this is what Tony was explaining as a crawl space under the majority of the footprint of the first floor, okay? We start from 11.5 here, and then we go down to 11 and drop down to 7
So-
at the garage.
What's the head height?
The head height here,
Yes.
it's less than 5 feet.
What's your first floor elevation?
Elevation 17.
17?
We're using 16-inch floor joists,
So that's,
and it's 11.5 right there.
okay. And what's on the other side?
This here, you'll see, we have a garage
Yep.
and a storage space with access to the first floor.
And no mechanical?
No mechanical equipment in the basement.
Okay. And where's your mechanical equipment?
Mechanical equipment is located on the first floor,
Did we get updated?
which is right here in this room.
We have notes from our meeting yesterday. Mr. Maitland commented, who is out ill tonight, the basement FAR was not counted and should because it's 5 feet 4 inches. He asked for a planting plan. I think I'm concurring with Ms. Albin that this is just too rapid. We're shooting from the hip. Looking at a page of my notes here, I mean, there are 4 trees being removed. We've got lots of things to talk to you about, and we don't have in front of us what you've given to the zoning enforcement officer at all. So this just seems shoot from the hip and doesn't seem
Yes, you
okay.
can.
Somewhat in defense of our whole effort, but also recognizing, you said it's somewhat rapid response. It is. Comments come on Friday afternoon, and this, out of necessity, we do have to respond rapidly. The comment was made, and we immediately responded to it. But the only issue here is that we responded to demonstrate to the zoning enforcement officer that by lowering the grade around the building, the issue that was of concern to Mr. Maitland at the briefing is no longer of concern.
I know, but you're making it, we raised the issue, we
We
raised
raised the issue on
concern.
Friday.
You still have stuff outstanding with Deep. You can't work on the dock either, because Deep had...
We've eliminated that from the plan.
Okay. But see, again, we really haven't seen the plans you have. We're approving something. What is your objection? Maybe we could go at it this way. Could we resolve what your objection is to converting to preliminary?
Yes, it's practically speaking, it's the season that it's upon us right now, that after the approval from your commission, we would still have to come back to staff to prove that we did satisfy the ZEO based on the comments that came to us on Friday. In addition, we have to move through the building department process, so that's another month and a half. So what we're looking to do is have your approval tonight. We've accommodated the comments from the ZEO. The building hasn't changed. The floor elevations haven't changed. All we did was lower the elevation of the dirt around the house to comply with the regulation that was brought to our attention, and rightfully so, on Friday.
Now, have you talked to, I'm just going through the list.
Yes.
Have you talked to Mr. Feminella?
Feminnella's comments-
Because we don't have updated comments from Mr. Feminella.
Mr. Feminella's comments dated August 6th were responded to in a long letter submitted to Mr. Pat LaRose for submission back to the sewer department as is your procedure. The only issue for Mr. Feminella was to inspect the lateral, which is a common place before
Grinder
you can cap. That was done, and the lateral is connected to the existing manhole in the street, and the plans have always shown that that lateral will be connected to the street. Mr. Feminella's one comment was to make sure you have separation from the galleries. We modified the plan and resubmitted that to Mr. LaRoe under that letter dated September 15th.
The new sewers from...
So there's no issue with the sewer department.
You have a planting plan?
Do you have the?
We do have a planting plan. Actually, we've been
The,
developing a planting plan for our own. It's not
grade
normally
plane count?
required for a single-family site plan, but we do have one.
Truly is.
You have not seen it, no.
It is actually
So-
required. We went through the regs yesterday.
So we've got, we're missing formal comments from sewer at this point because we don't have back the result of those discussions. His last comments to us are August 27th. The planting plan, we wanted to see it. You've got these outstanding issues with Deep. You've made some changes in how you calculate the grade plane, which nobody has seen, could impact something. We would have to take you on your word.
It's not a matter of my word.
We've got two people here who, Mr. McRae, do you have any comments on this?
I'd like to see the planting plan. That was something that definitely was required. I think that the change in the grade plane, although you've made it work, is significant, and I'm glad that you worked it out with the ZEO, but we haven't seen it. It was not part of our package. And continue with the landscape plan, we can maybe get that portion resolved and move on with this.
The Coltex that you're proposing, when you say you lower the grade, does that mean that the elevation of the Coltex is
No.
also lowering?
There's
the
absolutely no change. I've highlighted on this plan so you can see for your comfort
The,
level.
the other thing we discussed yesterday, oh, sorry,
Can I answer that first question?
I'm sorry.
The plan has been highlighted to demonstrate that all the drainage that's associated with the dwelling is intact. There hasn't been any change in that. There's been no change in the elevation because the grading was dropped at the back of the house. It's a really simple plan. Zoning enforcement officer made a comment, we addressed it. He made the comment, and we recognized that in fact it could easily be resolved, and we did. By removing the pool from this evening's discussion and moving the dock, those are not part of our plan tonight. We asked the commission to recognize the significance of having the approval. We've complied with the zoning comments. We've complied with the comments from sewer department. The landscape plan is done, and it's a simple residential plan. There's nobody in any adverse impact from planting, and of course, we're keeping the existing conditions that are there. The other thing is, we would ask for your consideration of the fact that it does take us another month through P&Z staff and then another month through the building department for review. If you can approve the proposal tonight as a final for the house, without the pool house, and without the dock, we've demonstrated zoning compliance. I think that would be fair to all. It's just my request.
Did you meet with the neighbors?
We've had a letter from an attorney representing the neighbor to the north. I responded by submitting to Mr. Cohen, the attorney representing the neighbor to the north, a copy of our plan. And as you have heard tonight, we're removing that issue, which apparently was of concern. And therefore, when we come back, if we do, for the pool. Excuse me?
That and the 30-inch tree,
Good point.
which is why we want to see a
Planting.
planting plan.
Well, there's no issue for the planting plan. We want to take the tree down. It's on the plan. It's always been on the
What are you
plan.
replacing it with?
I don't know that we are need to replace a 30-inch tree. We're
Well,
proposing to put a home on the site in accordance with the zoning criteria for setback, and the owner feels he has the right to remove that tree because he'd like to place the house where it is and basically where the other house is.
so do we have your updated plans submitted?
We are prepared to give you those this evening, Mr. Fox, because the only change is the minor change to the grading behind the building. All of the other elements of the site plan have remained exactly the same. What I've done is highlight on this plan before you the dark green areas, which are the permeable pavements. You do have a positive comment from the engineering department without qualifications. We haven't adjusted any part of the drainage plan to affect the lowering of the grade. And after all, that was the objective of your regulation change, to keep the amount of material around the home down.
Any comment? Mr. Levy?
Katie, the fact that we don't have some of this stuff in front of us, is it okay to go ahead and then wait for it to trickle in?
That's your decision. Staff will obviously handle what you throw at us, but that's your decision as to whether this application is complete and whether you feel that you
That's
can
on the
make the
applicant
finding under
after that, okay.
615 that it and 6111 that it complies with the regulation.
Do we want to hear from anybody else?
Any other comments from the commission?
Public?
Any other comments from the commission first? No?
Not yet.
You all set? Okay, comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Evening again. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I represent the family of Robert McCullough, who own as trustees the property immediately adjacent on the north at 93 Club Road. And as you've seen from a letter that I submitted a few weeks ago, they object to the plan before you tonight, which in their view takes maximum advantage of the development rights that they have available under the regulations, and in fact, we believe even exceeds those rights, and I'll tell you about that. Their concern began with the portion, I guess, of the application that's being deferred for the present, which is the 25-foot pool house pavilion, the pool, the spas, all of the stuff that's located partially within the VE14 zone. And you saw from the most recent communication from Mr. Goucher's office that they're still uncomfortable with that and recommend that those facilities be moved out. I think that certainly the pavilion ought to be done away with. It's a ridiculous building designed to hold up a tiny little bathroom in midair, but well, that's what it does. Because
The image is appealing.
well, it's fully closed, Ms. Albin. Because the plan orients the development to the north of the parcel, it does impact, as you've noticed, not a 30-inch tree, but a 40-inch tree, at least as shown in Tony's plan, as well as a number of other trees in the area, which, I'm not sure that the McCulloughs have the right to have their neighbor's tree stand, but it's sort of a shame that by virtue of this, the kind of development this is, that it's going to be lost. The one issue that I'd like to, whatever you decide to do tonight with the applicant's request, I'd like to take issue with the concept that the basement level should not be considered as floor area for FAR purposes. And this is being done under the aegis of, we have a new grade plane, and it is now the flood zone grade plane, and everything underneath the flood zone is exempt. That's not the case. When I received this afternoon Tony's latest grade plane figures based now on the flood zone grade plane, I read and reread several times the flood zone regulations, and this is what I found. The architect has taken a position as the same as Tony, that because the actual grade plane is lower than the flood zone grade plane, the entire basement is to be excluded from the calculation. And the basement, by the way, is not, as I thought I heard, all crawl space. There is a lot of crawl space, but as I calculated from the plans that I've seen, looks to be over 1,000 feet of what otherwise would be countable floor area. The regulations that we're talking about, under which I believe the applicant is seeking this relief, is 6-139.1 C22.1. And that excludes floor area below flood zone grade plane only if the structure complies with section 139.1 F11A and D. Now, those sections require that any new residential structure must have its lowest floor, including its basement, elevated at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation, which, of course, this does not. Now, I believe that the applicant's view that this should all be excluded comes from a misreading of the statute that the regulation that I just referred to. And let me read it verbatim. I have it in front of me. And this is 139.1, 22.1. It's a definitional section, and it says this. If the structure complies with 6-139.1 F11A and D, the floor area below the flood zone grade plane shall be excluded. So far, so good. So now turn to sub 11. What's that about? Here's what that says. New construction or substantial improvement of any residential structure shall have the lowest floor, including basement, elevated at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation. Now,
But you left out the part where it goes on to say
yeah,
the 7 feet in 22.1. And so the area below the flood zone grade plane shall not count as a story provided there is no more than 7 feet.
You just flipped over to subsection 6-5.
No, I'm still in 22.1, the same one you were reading us.
That's under 6.5, though.
No, the same one you were reading us, there was a sentence following the one you were reading us.
No, that's not what I was reading.
If the structure complies.
I was reading, just,
22.1.
let me, I took a lot of time trying to figure this out, so let me take you through it. You're looking at the regulation relating to how do you determine gross floor area?
I'm looking at 6139.1, and in the definitions, under C of definitions, I'm at 22.1, which is what you were reading us.
Yeah.
And when you read it to us, you began, if the structure complies with section 6139, et cetera.
Right.
Okay, you stopped. The next sentence after you stopped is the area below the flood zone grade plane shall not count as a story.
Whoop, stop right there. Shall not count as a story. But the sentence before talks about
FAR.
floor area. And that's, I believe that the architect made the same mistake. That's what he read. He read the story language, not the floor area language. So I believe that whatever it is in the basement, and I can't tell from the plans that we got, must be included in the FAR calculation.
Katie?
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak?
All space, because it's 7.
Okay, thank you. Any comment, any final comment?
Hold on just a second, Donald, because they're talking, and I think they're going to say something.
Did you want to say something?
Katie?
I think it's a perfect example why we can't make a decision tonight. Because we need the ZEO.
The way that
to see the plans.
well, the way it's been interpreted in the past, and you know, as we created it in order to be what it is that it was intending to discount the floor area of a garage and unfinished or limited storage space that's allowed on the lowest, below the lowest floor, being the first floor. And you know, as you define a basement in here, I mean, if originally, if it was a basement and it was below grade, it would have been considered the lowest floor. So that's why it refers to that in the definitions I was reading.
Essentially, it's saying that in order to be able to use that section to discount the floor area, the area below that base flood, the flood zone grade plane has to meet the section 6-139.1 F, A, and D, meaning that you have to have water to be able to go in and out. I mean, it's supposed to, in other words, you can't have enclosed space down there. So, I mean, I think if there's an issue about whether or not something is a basement or a crawl space and whatnot, exactly like Mr. Fox is saying here, that's why we have the ZEO to comment on these. So we can see the plan. I mean, we don't even have the plan at this point, I don't think. Have you submitted the plan that shows this new grade plane?
No, it's just the grading.
Why don't you get up?
Yeah, sorry. I said we're prepared to submit that plan for the record tonight, which just shows the modification of the grading. Nothing changed on the elevation of the house, the first floor, the lower level, and Mr. Cohen is doing his best to confuse everyone because it is confusing. But Katie and Bob summarized it very clearly. You folks developed this regulation after much discussion, and the intent of it, if I'm not mistaken, was to encourage people not to put the building up on stilts and to discourage and prohibit massive filling around the building. We had to lower it less than a foot to comply. It was an error that was caught and easily remedied. It doesn't change the first floor, doesn't change the drainage, doesn't change any aspects of the site plan, except the grading, which was
Everybody
lowered.
has these great rings on their cell phones.
Excuse me?
Everybody
I
has
love
these
it.
great rings on their cell phones.
So, again, with your consideration of those conditions that we're facing, just on the basis of the winter oncoming, and it is, we would ask that you would approve it as is. We've eliminated the pool house, we've eliminated the pavilion from your discussion, we've eliminated the dock from your discussion. We have produced a landscape plan. We do have a basement plan, a lower level plan is what it is, because it's crawl space, and we're in compliance with that in accordance with Mr. Couture's assessment of that after we responded to his comment. The rest of it is straightforward. Site plan engineering has been addressed by the DPW. They found it to be acceptable. Sewer department is a no-brainer. You connect the sewer to the existing lateral that's already serving the property. And that's it.
Mr. D'Andrea?
Yes, sir.
The ZEO looked at it today.
Yes, he did, yes. And there's a memo from Jody to Pat LaRoe, which is in your
No.
planner's plans.
No.
It's not in your file perhaps, but because of the immediacy of the need to respond, it was
That was
done
my
by
question,
email.
because I
Mr.
don't see that
DeAndrea.
he looked at it, so.
What, you still had a question?
It was not in the package.
No, it
not in
wasn't,
anything.
because it only occurred today.
This,
Mrs. Raymer said it, that we are moving rapidly. Yes, we are, I admit that, because we submitted this early. The comments that came from everyone remain in the packet that we received as of August. We have since been waiting for those comments to come on the new plans that were submitted at least on September 15th.
But he makes no reference to the FAR.
I just want to read this into the record since
Yes.
we're discussing it. So the question from the architect to Mr. Kuchar says, attached, please find revised grade plane calculations and architectural drawings per your conversation with Mrs. Klauberg earlier and ZEO comments received yesterday. The architectural plans and the grade plane calculation from Mr. DeAndrea should now be consistent. If you could please review the attached, confirm that you are okay with the calculations and pass your approval along to Pat LaRoe, we would greatly appreciate it. The comment back from Mr. Kuchar says, I concur that the grade plane as proposed is less than the flood zone grade plane, and that's dated today.
Which then makes it compliant with your regulation relative to what's below the.
But it doesn't say that, and you're so close.
But you know that he said it. You know that he meant it. Because that was the issue that he raised.
And you're so close on the FAR.
Well, and, just as like a note with this, is that if it does meet the grade plane, flood zone grade plane, as is noted in Jody's email there, then any FAR in what would be considered the lowest level, the basement, the garage, the storage space, anything below that, as long as the flood zone grade plane is less than 7 feet to the top of the first floor,
Yes?
then it wouldn't count as FAR. Anything in that area down there.
Right, that's.
We had a similar situation a few weeks ago, and it was actually Mr. Seal's matter. And it is our practice to get an analysis from one of our planners and go through the amended product. And this just seems completely off process and fast and incomplete, and we don't have the papers. And frankly, now the opponent has raised a legal argument, and we need to sit down with Mr. Couture, as we did yesterday on an application, and have a conversation with him about it. It all just,
Next meeting?
Mr. Raymer, we appreciate that comment and understand exactly what you're saying. However, we would also hope that you would understand where we come from in that
Converge
the
to
plans have been in circulation for a long time. And that's the problem that we have on every application, that we get the comment on Friday, and we have no choice but to scramble.
Mr. DeAndrea?
Yes.
If the comments, as I remember, the comments were the same.
No, they were not.
You have the last staff report from, I remember the comments being very similar.
Right, we put this on the September 1st meeting, or one of the September meetings, and it was postponed from that meeting. So, I mean, the application's been here for a while, so.
Yes, that's correct.
So, I mean.
And we
right.
had the staff report, I think, when we were preparing for the September meeting,
It was postponed because you didn't have DEP comment.
but.
That's correct. We didn't have
You
the
don't
EP comments.
Staff report from the September.
Still don't.
So, Mr. DeAndrea, if you converted to preliminary, we could put you on the next meeting.
If that's the case, we would love to have that assured, and then we would be happy to come. The
Oh,
problem is that we've been advised that we're beyond our time limit.
Right, you can't.
you are. But if you convert to a preliminary tonight's a must decide on this basis.
Yes.
But if it converts to a preliminary, we could put him on the
We'd have
next.
to-
You'd have to resubmit an
We have to refile as a final,
an application.
pay a new fee.
It's not a legal ad issue, so it's, you have.
Are you satisfied with that?
If we could get you on the next meeting, and that gives everybody a chance to review things, we get comments from the ZEO, we get everybody stitched up, there's always a chance you can fix the deep issue, not minimal, okay. Okay,
Not
so,
in time for the next meeting, I wouldn't think.
We don't want to fix the DEP issue right now. We just want to be able to start the home.
Can you submit the application tomorrow?
Sure?
okay,
Okay, let's do that.
okay, so
Thank you.
then.
Appreciate it.
Anybody? We all set with that?
Submits it now as a preliminary.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
We're all set, thank you.
So you're converting it to a
You
preliminary?
convert to a preliminary, and then if you're converting to a preliminary, we can move you to final now.
We appreciate that.
Okay. All right,
Very good.
so I'd like to make a motion on this preliminary application to move it to final, pending staff comments and revised plans, as well as that on the final, it will no longer have the pool house. Is this correct, Mr. DeAndrea? It will no longer have the pool house, the pool, and there will be no work on the dock. And in addition, when it comes in for final, we will have a full planting plan.
All correct.
Okay.
Thank you very
Anything
much.
else?
It's listed now as a final coastal site plan.
Yes, so we're moving it to, we're making preliminary, and we're moving it back to final, and that restarts the clock so that they can come back in. They just have to
Okay,
pay the fee, but at least it doesn't cost them in time.
okay, let's have, is that a motion?
Yeah, that was in
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next item is a final coastal site plan, 89 River Road.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. You saw this property on August 4th and approved a site plan special permit for a rowing club on the site. We are proceeding with developing the plans for that, and at the hearing in August, you asked how we were going to phase the development of the club. Phase one was to get it established as a club and to consolidate the lots, and a map of consolidation was filed last month for the property. The second phase was to utilize the existing structures on site as part of an interim step between getting the approval for the club and developing plans for a new building. And what we discovered when we looked at the buildings more closely was that one of them wasn't safe enough to even walk in, and the other was in such poor shape it would have taken a good deal of work and money for a temporary structure to be able to utilize it properly. So what we're proposing as our new Phase 2 is a tent, which would be 20 by 40 feet, and a container to store such things as oars, life jackets, chairs for members to sit in. They keep the weed whacker there to keep the weeds down, and electronic equipment that's used as part of the rowing program. It is our plan to submit to you in December the Phase 3, which is a new building for the site. We have preliminary plans. Mr. DeAndrea has prepared a parking layout plan that seems to work well with a new building, and we should have that to you in December. What we're looking for now is to be able to use this up until the season closes, and that, of course, will depend on the weather. It could be middle of next month. It could be the end of next month or into early December, and then to remove it and put it back up for the spring season. We would like to keep the container where it is and store the equipment in it over the winter. And that's where we are with this.
Comments?
I got a few questions here. First of all, when you come back in December, at that time, it says, in our staff report, it says that you want to have the tent back in the spring.
Yes.
Will your December plan include the application to have the tent back, so we're only addressing the tent for now?
We can certainly do that. We will be filing the application. I think that makes sense.
We would prefer if you did it that way.
We're happy to do it that way.
What about how long this storage container is going to stay on site? When are you planning to remove it?
We would like to keep it there until the new structure has been completed and we have indoor storage for the equipment that's there. So it would be at the time the certificate of occupancy is issued for the new building.
Now, Mr. Fox, you had a concern about that
Well,
you raised.
my concern is it going to be secured in case we have a flood?
We can certainly make sure that it's secured. That's not a problem.
Not just flood, but, go ahead, Katie.
No, go ahead, can you finish that thought? Because the container is what's going to contain the life jackets and the
And the oars.
and the oars and that kind of thing. And what is the tent doing? I
Tent
missed
is
it.
just to provide shelter either from the sun or rain.
So it's
for
not meant
participants.
to with indoor rowing machines, anything like that?
No.
Okay,
The only
that's
thing
what-
we would have there are tables and chairs
Okay,
for people to sit.
okay.
How
There
big
won't
is-
be any enclosed areas for changing or anything
And
like that.
Does that container have flood vents in it?
Container.
Yeah.
Pop a few in there,
I suppose we could put
Yeah.
flood vents in.
How
just so in
visible
case,
is it?
to your
Well, I
point.
just
yeah.
don't want it to end up on Route 1.
Mr. Hegney,
Or on the
Or Long
Riverside
Island
Yacht
Sound,
Club or
yeah.
something.
is it a sea crate that you're going to rent or a storage? Can you?
It's a storage container. It was actually there when my client purchased the property, and it seems to work well.
So it's existing on the site already?
It had been there for quite a while, actually.
So it's a sea crate then? A steel sea crate?
It looks like something you would find on a
Ship.
container ship, yeah.
And the building that's not dangerous, is there any reason why the storage can't be in there?
It has a very low level that is below the flood zone, which was used as sort of a storage area for machinery, which would be, it's difficult to access, it's low headroom. The second floor is broken up into small offices, and it's a staircase to get up to it.
Right. Yeah.
Rather than spending any money on it at all, we're proceeding with demolition. The
Okay.
utilities have been disconnected to both buildings. We're waiting for the final letter from the sewer department, and when we have that, then the larger of the two buildings, we'll have a demolition permit on that. The other one, the demolition permit has been filed. We're just waiting for the
Any
time
other
period to
comments?
expire.
Any other comments from the commission? And, pardon me?
Public,
Pardon?
any from the public?
Yeah, of course.
Public.
Katie, do you want to say anything from the public, please?
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I do have a comment from the public. I'd like to just read it. It's from Frank Mazza, who happens to be the chair of the Harbor Management Commission. He states that we don't think we will have any concern about the temporary tent. We will be interested in how many people in Skulls will be using the site and the disposition of the docks. You will probably not find any criteria on how many boats, rowing sculls, et cetera, can use the water at one time, but I will say that as one who uses that channel many times a week, it is getting quite crowded in the afternoon.
Oh, my goodness.
That's something that we will address as part of the permanent building that we'll be bringing to you in December.
Okay.
Thank you.
We set for a vote, people?
Do we
Yes.
do the container on an annual basis?
I think we're going to have them take it down when,
No, the container, not the tent. He
Yeah,
wanted
that's a
it-
good
He
point.
wanted 2 years.
so, yeah, I think that's a really good point that Mr. Fox just raised. Let's do this. When you come back in December, why don't we do the container and the tent till the end of December? And when you come back in December with your construction phasing plan, then we can do a date for the container as well. How about that? So the container stops with the tent December 31, but by then you'll be here with a final site plan, and we'll do a date, or do you want us to do the container for longer?
If you could do the container for longer, it's easier to take the tent down.
Right.
Moving the container is more problematic.
Why don't we say that you'll do the will you keep the container until the final site plan has been approved?
I just want to do it on an annual basis,
Okay.
just so it,
Let's do it on an annual basis. Great idea.
That's fine.
Okay, all right.
just so they maintain it.
Okay, so
good.
making a motion to approve the 20 by 40 foot tent, which is to shelter the rowers and other participants until December 31st. In addition, an 8 by 40 foot storage container which would remain in place no longer than 1 year from tonight, the date of approval, said storage containers shall be flood-proofed and, to the extent possible, storm-proofed.
Well, I think flood vents, there's a big
Flood
difference
vent.
between
Flood vent.
flood vents.
That there would be flood vents as well as what would happen in a high wind event or something like that, which was the concern Mr. Fox raised yesterday. Then in December, the applicant will come in with a final site plan, a construction phasing plan, and a proposal for the future for the tent use. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is final subdivision, 70 Sinaway Road.
They're old, so they're kind of dried out. You may have trouble getting the things off because it gets in the sun a lot.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Napolitano.
Yes, sir.
members of the commission, for the applicant, Frank Napolitano. We're here this evening requesting a determination that this proposed application is neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision. What's being proposed is an equal area exchange of land between two lots that had been developed pursuant to a lot split that was approved by the commission in 2005. Just to give you a little bit of history, 2011, 2012, we'd been before you for some area conveyances between the two parcels. They're owned by two brothers. Those were granted, and subsequent to the second approval in 2012, the development of the second lot in the rear was initiated. We're here this evening because the house in the rear lot has been built, and it's been built in compliance with all zoning requirements. However, there is a landing and a portico that encroaches into the side yard setback, if I may show you right here, into the side yard setback between the Lot 2 and Lot 1. What's being proposed is just a reconfiguration of the lots, equal area exchange, no change in the area of either lot, which would allow for to cure a potential zoning violation and create a little more of a side yard that would be compliant with zoning. Zoning Officer Kuchar has reviewed the plan. He sees no problems with it. There's a wetlands.
Mrs. Raymer?
I think I put it back on there. There is a wetlands permit and maintenance declarations on the property. We request your approval.
Sewer had two things. One was apparently the sewer permit on that back lot has expired, was never closed out. Did you see the sewer comments?
I did not. They did not. They weren't in the packet, so I'm sorry. Thank you,
They're in the
Commissioner.
packet.
Got them.
Okay.
Did we just get them? Oh,
Okay.
You want a copy?
okay. Sorry. Thought it
They
was
just
in the
came in last minute.
Oh, okay. So, and the other comment was, do you show the sewer easement on that site plan?
I don't see it here on this plan,
So, the
because this
comment-
is a subdivision map, but
Yeah.
go right ahead.
So the comment from sewer is the easement may need to be moved. So both properties would have to organize that. So do you have any problem with that being a condition?
Commissioner, we have no problem with that. That is fine.
Okay. All right, so that's all I have.
Thank
Would
you.
the
Was the
easement be shown
portico
on the-
built
No.
after the foundation
It may need
location
to be
survey was
moved.
provided to the building department? Or-
That the easement may.
Yeah, it was.
Sewer
Okay.
It was. They raised the house a little bit. It's still well within grade, well within elevation. And they were supposed to have a walkway, but they needed steps. And that was the reason for
Okay,
it.
so this was effectively an amendment to the original permit, so the foundation location surveys
Yes.
and whatever have been submitted under the original permit.
That's
was the
correct.
amendment. Okay, that explains it.
You sent us this wetlands thing at the end?
The wetlands permit.
Package, we have a letter from December 19th, 2011.
Yes.
why did you include that? Is there an issue with any of the conditions of
I
your wetlands?
Just wanted to evidence that there was a permit.
Wetland.
That's all, and that we're in
And-
compliance.
So all the conditions, okay.
Oh,
There was
and
no,
I would note your staff comments, which we agree with, indicate that we have to get final sign-off from wetlands, which we would agree with.
Any comments?
so do they need to get?
Any comments from the public?
Because it's a different lot. Okay, so that's.
Tracy Brown, I'm in a butter, I'm 66 across the way. The thing, in terms of the lot line, it only makes sense now, but the problem really is that when they went to build the porch, the post was in the way. So during construction, they just went ahead and decided they were going to make the porch a lot bigger. And that's what happened. The house is very close. It only has a 5-yard setback to the little strip of property. There's a 12-foot thing, and basically, I have a huge house that's right in my face. There's no space for any trees, so there's some trees on my property that will lose their leaves. So,
Where are you, ma'am, relative to that? Could you just show us? Yeah, okay.
So,
Can you take the mic with you, ma'am?
Oh, that's okay. Well, you showed us.
yeah. So it really goes to the fact that a builder came along and decided that they liked it better if they built a bigger porch during construction. And the fact is the house is already way too close to be reasonable. In fact, if these people the house is currently for sale, if the people move in and if they park, like most people do, towards their garage doors, they'll be blocking exiting from my property. So they cannot park in front of their garage and be on their property. So by extending the porch, it's just making it, it's encouraging people to just build bigger. I mean, if they had done proper planning, they could have made it so that I don't have to wonder if I can get out of my driveway or not.
So you're saying they're parking on your property?
No, they're parking on the front house property, which was for sale this summer. Here's a diagram.
Give it to the chair.
Should I just show it to everybody?
Well,
Do you have any extra copies?
No, I just have the one. But essentially, those are sizes of cars.
Oh, there's a microphone here.
So here's their garage and their parking, so when they back up, I guess. But that's on a right-of-way.
It's, what they did was, the front lot was originally had two, if you follow the history. It's one piece of property.
This is around and then we'll get it back.
The front lot was here, and then they had two tails coming down on either side, and over time and changes of lot lines is that, and they wanted more square footage. I don't know the story, but the point is that there used to be, this was an island, and then, so there's, the front house has a little bit of land that comes down, so they cannot, they have a right-of-way to get to the garage doors. The thing is that what my diagram shows is that they're so close, and just having the porch be even closer, I mean, I think that, I don't know why they were allowed to sort of build the porch out during construction. Literally, the post was where they wanted to put the steps. The porch comes out and turns 90 degrees, and the home was in the way, so they just added on so many feet, which is even closer to my property.
I'm not sure I got that, but where is that? Pass it around.
This is the one. Here?
That's what it looks like.
Can I show you?
That's the car?
Those two orange things, yeah, they're like cars. They're about 3 feet from the garage, and you can see. I don't, because of the way you allowed this gentleman back here to split. He had to get the 20 feet on. I don't own the front of my driveway, and he's put a length of fence here, so I cannot remove the fence and modify my exiting. If they park in front of here, their car literally will be in the right-of-way, and when I come, I have a 90-degree drive. I come out, I cannot swing clear if they decide to park that way.
Okay, so if you look at this, This is the house, I think?
No, that's the front lot. This is back here, and then this is my house here, and then this is the house behind it.
Okay.
So I do not own the first few feet of my driveway, and the big house they just built does not own the feet of his driveway because they were allowed, this one, my understanding was at the time, was to get the 20 feet along a frontage or something. They had to extend, and this house originally had all the property. I bought from the original family. So when they did the subdivision, P&Z said, well, you're going to need to...
You get where she's coming from?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, grab on there. So my point is this, is that they already were 5 feet from, they have no front, their front yard is in the rear, which doesn't affect really anybody. So they were allowed, if I'm right, to choose their yards. So they decided they're going to have their front yard be 5 feet. Okay, that's the problem. Then what happened was...
Because they can use the setbacks for the next zone down.
I don't know
No, it's a 5 and 10 because it's an R7 zone.
Oh, it's an R7,
Yeah.
that's right. I was thinking it was R12.
Okay.
So the point being, they're doing this because they built the porch forward, but already the house is absurdly close. And I have a picture somewhere. So this is taken from, I don't know, second or third floor from my house. So there's no way there's any, this is a 540, whatever, almost a 5,000 square foot house. My house is 1,200 square feet. And I have this now, and it also reflects a lot of, I'm just saying, why did they get to build the porch out, which is having them have to go for a property realignment?
So here's the thing. They built the porch out. How did they manage to do that?
Yeah, then we should
It was
actually-
not what was in the site plan. And if it wasn't what was in the site plan,
Does anybody else want to make any comment?
come on up.
See if I can answer some of the questions here. Let me take the microphone. Okay, what was approved was this configuration. Let's understand what's going on here. This building was approved as a permit complying with zoning. That building footprint has not changed at all. It's built compliant with zoning. This lot configuration, when it was approved, there's this spur that comes down that's part of Lot 1. The driveway for the garage for the dwelling on Lot 2 would cross by right-of-way across that parcel and then onto an existing right-of-way. Ms. Brown's property is back here. The siding of the lot, the front yard is here. This is a right-of-way, has to front on a road, fronts on a right-of-way. There's 25 feet here. These are broken sides. So that's how, in compliance with zoning, you have 5 feet here and 5 feet here. And that's how the zoning officer interpreted it. And so this is this building envelope that was approved. That is what the house is being built on. Now, mind you, the house has not changed where it was sited. It's being built there. The owner would like to put a portico up with the flagstone, or has put that there. If we were before the Zoning Board of Appeals, we'd be asking you for a variance. And you'd be able to, you would have to take into consideration the impact on the neighborhood. But what we're saying here is that this is a lot line configuration. By moving this lot line,
Okay, but what?
Here,
you
it
just
is in
sort of
compliance, and-
mumbled something really low.
sorry,
Said-
go right ahead.
They wanted to do a portico. Actually, they've done the portico.
They put the portico there.
But the
And now we're trying to cure
portico-
that violation.
Okay, so the
Something-
portico did put them, so the neighbor's
Well, I mean,
correct.
You have a permit for the portico?
Yes.
But how did you get a permit for a structure that put you into violation?
No, we don't have a permit for the portico.
Okay, so you built a portico, and it put you into violation, and now you're here.
But, yes.
I'm just trying to get the facts.
Right, but
I'm not
understand,
being
what we're saying is
judgmental
to
yet.
cure it, we're asking for a lot line revision. We're not asking for a variance. Okay, and what is before
No, I
you?
get that, but you're correcting a violation. You're doing the lot line to correct a violation that you created.
Yes. But there's nothing wrong with reconfiguring the lot lines.
No, but there is something
And that's-
wrong with breaking the rules.
Right. Understood, but what we're trying to do is cure a violation. Now,
Okay.
if I may say, just please, the question
you guys
here
understand
is,
already?
the question is whether or not this is a subdivision or a re-subdivision. That's really the question before you. Is this application that? If it isn't, then these two owners are allowed to make this change,
Mr.
which will
Napolitano,
cure it.
your client got a building permit.
Yes.
To build a house. Is that correct?
Yes,
Was there a site plan before that?
yes.
So
And as I
for
said,
this commission, there was a site plan which did not have that portico, is that correct?
no, it wasn't before this commission. It was the building department received a
Okay,
plan.
so you're just talking about a building
Permit, yes.
department process.
Yes,
And in that process, there was no portico on the plan.
that's correct.
Is that correct?
There was no porch, this landing here, flagstone landing.
Was not on the.
Was not on the plan.
So you can't get a CO on that. Why would you be able to get a CO on that?
No, we couldn't. This is under the,
They didn't get a permit to do the
This is
portico, so they have a CO
it
on
does
the
not-
structure that they did.
it doesn't comply with the current lot lines.
Yep.
It's encroaching.
Do you have a CO in this building?
No,
Don't have anything? I mean, there's no.
no, but that's the point.
Your sewer permit's expired?
We can renew the sewer permit.
2012, well, you can reapply.
That's fine, that's right. But what I'm saying here is, if we were here for a variance, these issues would be germane. We're here for a lot line reconfiguration. And the question here is whether or not this is a subdivision or re-subdivision. If it isn't, then the applicants can reconfigure their lots. They both consented to this configuration. There's no violation. Drainage Department, DPW has no issue with it. Zoning has no issue with it. And it will cure an on-site problem that's developed during construction. It's not a variance. It's a question of whether or not this is a subdivision or re-subdivision. And that really is the question before the commission that I would ask you to really just make a decision on.
We do know that we don't do variances.
Yes.
It's an interesting and novel way of getting around this problem. Was the porch included on the original building permit drawings?
Portico was not.
Or a porch, or was anything shown?
Porch was, right.
What was included was a walkway, which would not require it doesn't impact the zoning
So the proof
setback.
of location survey showed a walkway.
It did, yes, that's right.
So that's how the permit was issued.
Yes.
And then somewhere along in the construction,
Right.
instead of a walkway, it was a stair.
Yeah, a landing, yeah. It would have been 2 stairs. It's a landing now.
Okay, so it was picked up as part of the zoning inspection when it was finished?
Well, it was, yes, as we're getting closer to it, yes.
Okay.
Did they propose you take it down?
I'm not privy to whether or not that was the discussion. They asked me to come to see if we can do a lot line configuration to really rectify the problem, cure it.
How much does it encroach over the line?
It's about 2.2 feet.
All right. I'll tell you what, I would like to know the zoning enforcement history on this.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear that.
I would like to know the zoning enforcement history on this. Can you tell me what the ZEO has told you about your situation?
Well, to be honest, I haven't had any communications with the ZEO that have indicated that there was an issue here other than what we've discovered. The ZEO has no issues with this application. This will cure the problem that we have anticipated by coming here before you this evening. But I have not spoken.
Page 135 of the agenda is the ZEO's comment indicating that there's no issue with the lot line, with the.
He will have to issue his opinion as part of a sign-off on the C of O.
He did. On the C of O.
C of O, yes.
Any other comments? Sure.
And Tracy Brown. Thing that needs to be said, well, first of all, again, it just encourages builders to not follow the plans. Second of all, it should be said that the owner is a building inspector for the town.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
And it should be looked at, the process, completely.
Okay. Any other comments, people? Any
Well,
public has
I'm
no-
just, I don't think we can ignore this plausible condition where the neighbor may have an issue getting in and out of their property.
That's been approved already, though. In other words, the issue with the cars and whatnot, that's a condition that won't change, because that
It's done.
structure has been approved in that manner.
garage
with
is
with the
done.
building permit, so that issue is not part of the consideration.
That's not before us.
There would be the subject, if I may, for a zoning officer to issue a violation.
And frankly, the proposed lot line actually makes it slightly better.
Yeah, no, it,
Issue.
it-
Yeah, I mean, presumably you have an easement over the property anyway
Yes.
for the travel of vehicles.
yeah, I don't think it actually changes it because they're using it as if it was theirs already. So I don't think that this application affects that.
Not at all. Mr. Fox, did you want to say something?
No.
Anything?
Anybody else want to say something?
Just a quick question. The driveway where the cars park and possibly infringe, is that a shared driveway with both properties?
The driveway for the second one?
Yeah.
No. I mean, it's a driveway, it traverses the first lot's property, so there's a right-of-way
Is it
easement.
shared with the next-door neighbor?
It's not shared with the next, no, I mean, this right-of-way is, yes, going all the way back. There's, I think, 4 houses on that, yes.
Okay.
That is, and that's what Ms. Brown's concerned about.
What troubles you with that question?
Just thinking if there's some kind of infringement with cars parking, is that maybe this something that the applicant can discuss directly with the neighbors, maybe resolve it that way. If the neighbor has an issue and is concerned about traversing the driveway and they share the driveway, maybe it's something that they can work out together.
Do you have any comments on that?
No, I mean, if the neighbors can speak about issues, of course, we don't have any issue with that.
Okay. Okay, guys,
Okay, what do people think?
we've had comments.
What do people think?
What do you think?
Well, I'm waiting to hear what the resolution should be. I'm willing to make a resolution if that's what,
It's a like I said, it's a novel way to get around what could have been taken care of as like a variance and issue. It seems that it's an after-the-fact problem. Something went south with the construction, so they had to remedy it somehow, and the fact that it's over the line and not getting a variance and just a lot line revision is something for the book, something new here, and I think
You see, I think, did I interrupt you?
we should remember this as a precedent, because if it's done now, you never know when
see,
it could come back.
normally what,
think,
I'm sorry, Mr. Heller.
I think what's clearly obvious is that the application that you're presenting, there's nothing wrong with that application per se. That's obvious. What everybody is uncomfortable with
Exactly.
is that we don't like the idea of living with a potential problem, and I think Mr. Levy stated it very well.
Yes.
And so while it doesn't apply to your particular application, I don't think I personally would want to go ahead until I feel a little bit more comfortable with this woman's complaint.
Well, if you could tell me how
To answer that,
you would like us to address the
Yeah.
concerns. I mean, that building's built compliant with zoning. The parking, the garage is where it was approved to be.
understood.
It's in compliant with the zoning lot configuration. So I'm unclear as to what, if there's issues with
To
regard
address
to
her problem.
impact on the
You're not
neighborhood.
addressing her problem. I think that's where we're having a problem. You're not addressing it,
Well,
except to say that it's been approved. You know,
well,
if
the
you
the
were
problem, the
walking-
problem being that the house is too close to her. This house was approved in its location. There are houses in the R7 zone that are built close to each other. So I don't see where, I mean, if you can help me to understand how I can try to address this, I'm unclear.
Okay.
I think it's a unique situation using the broken side yard to get the house that close to a front yard. I mean, so it's an odd location to start with.
Correct.
which is a major impact to the neighbor.
Okay.
Adding a front porch and a roof over it is now magnifying
Exasperating.
a issue with the neighbor. And so if you go back what was originally permitted, i.e. a terrace, you have enough property to build up some grade, and it goes away. I mean, I think it's being a good neighbor.
You know, what Mr. McRae was saying is an excellent point. So you build something that puts you in violation of the zoning regulations, you don't get a permit to do it, and then you add more land to fix the problem.
And it fixes the problem by a
So
decision.
you want to
that-
live in the town where that happens on an ongoing basis.
Well, the zoning code permits this applicant, through the mechanism that that we're here to seek an approval for, to rectify this potential problem. It's two property owners who have decided to reconfigure their lots. They've agreed to do that. And if they're approved, and if by the mechanism here, which is to make a decision, this isn't a subdivision or re-subdivision, that will be cured.
What do you think of Mr. Fox's comment?
I appreciate his comments completely. I just don't understand on what basis you would deny a finding that this is not a subdivision or re-subdivision for this particular application. I understand there's neighborhood impact issues, but that's going to happen everywhere. And I just don't see.
Would the property owner take the roof off of that portico so that it's just stairs, and therefore would be permitted to
I can bring that to
stay
him.
without the lot line revision?
Well, no, we have a stairs up to a landing.
Oh, so it's
struct-
over, and that's over
Yes.
3 feet?
Yes.
Oh.
But it's still uncovered stairs. Is the top of the landing, I mean, actually uncovered stairs are permitted to project into any required yard.
Well, we have the portico, so.
Well,
I'm
that's
sorry?
the issue. I think that's the issue
I
with
think,
the neighbor.
I'm
It's-
trying to see if he can bend a little bit.
I'm willing to, believe me, if I'll bring something to the client. If you'd like me to,
Why don't we leave this open?
I mean, what do people want to do?
I don't
mean,
see, I can do that, of course.
We can have trouble deciding it,
As
you
an
know.
academic question,
we have-
how is that germane to this application?
We have the option.
You see,
There's
that
no question, there's no question you have a point. What we're looking for, as the comment made, is a little bit of, if we leave it open for a little bit, there might be some suggestion made that could help.
Okay, all right, I appreciate
Put
it.
it that way.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Okay?
Fine.
Do we agree on that, people?
Now, I would ask, though, may we be on for the next meeting, since?
Okay. Could we put it on for the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. You got it.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. For the public at large, we do have a conscience on the commission, that you should all recognize that. Okay, next. Next item is 599 West Putnam.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Howard, I'm recused on this project, on this
You're
application.
recused on 599?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what's the reason?
Business dealing with the...
Nick, what's the reason?
Business dealing with the owner.
Business there, okay. Did everybody get that? Mr. McRae is recused.
And Mr. Heller, so the,
And that, what?
so it's and Mrs. Raymer's seated, is that correct?
Is still seated, yes.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's how we have the 5. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Edward O'Hanlon from Robinson & Cole, and I represent 599 Landlord LLC, the applicant in this matter. The property is 599 West Putnam Avenue, and we're here for a final site plan and special permit approval. We began this application on August 4th, and since then, we've gone to ZBA, 2 advisory commissions. But let me deal with one thing right up front. We made a representation when we started this application that the cottage on the property would not be abolished and would not be demolished until we finish this application. And we meant that. However, in the process of the last few months, we haven't honored that. And I want to apologize to the commission, and especially to staff, which cooperated with us through this process. We meant no disrespect. We did not seek to game the process, and I would submit we've gained nothing by having done it. My client is here to explain why, but as the lawyer who made that representation, I want to assure you that I did not make it intending to violate it. I didn't know it had been violated, and I brought it to the attention of staff and have worked with staff since it happened. But this project began as a very creative, adaptive reuse of a 40-year-old office building, and that's still where we are. So I'd like to, before we get into the details of where we've been and what we've submitted, because you've got a lot before you, I'd like to ask David Heidekorn, who's a partner at Catterton, which has been a company that's been in the city, in the town for the last 25 years and tends to use this building as its headquarters. But Mr. Heidekorn would like to explain why this happened. But
The issue is, we took your representation, and we have a regulation that says you're not allowed to alter a approved site plan without commission approval. Unbeknownst to us, your demo permit was issued in conflict with that regulation. We took your representation where we didn't need to go and pull that demo permit.
Right.
So your representation blocked us from protecting that building.
You're correct, and the reason it happened is a misunderstanding. We had applied for it. We didn't hide the fact that we had applied for the demolition permit, but we told you we wouldn't execute on it. But we misunderstood, because in the process between August 4th and October 13th, when the demolition started, what happened was, in response to 2 hearings, one here, and we had made certain commitments and agreed to do certain changes to the plan, all of which implicitly acknowledged that cottage was coming down. One of them was from here with regard to the redoing the sidewalk. Another one was from the Architectural Review Committee, which dealt with replacing the walls that were proposed with stone walls so that it would recreate what was being lost. But implicit in that was that the cottage was coming down. And I apologize, and the reason I'm apologizing is because I have a client that's been here, that's sophisticated, but this is the first time it's gone in the property redevelopment. And what I didn't make sure was that they understood that having each one of those incremental steps still meant they had to come back here before they did it. It was a misunderstanding. You're exactly right, and that's why. I'm sorry.
The word misunderstanding does not apply, because it is my understanding that you clarified this with the client. We have each been out there and watched incremental additional parts of that building taken down
Today.
Since you talked to the client. This is not misunderstanding. This is willful misconduct by your client. I don't attribute this to you, sir. I attribute it to your client.
Yeah, respectfully, I did bring it to the attention of the client. I requested it, I passed on the request to staff that it stop. But what you don't know from having seen it in the street is that the building, again, the demolition permit applied to the cottage, not to the wall. Tremendous care had to be taken that the demolition didn't impact the wall. They were demolishing that building from the inside, and it wasn't apparent from the street. I passed on the
I was on the
request.
property yesterday at lunchtime. That building had only a roof gone. I understand the smaller part of the building was gone. I went and I saw the back wall of that building still intact yesterday. The wall was there. So
But the inside, the joists, the support beams and all were being taken down so that the building would collapse internally. I can only
When
pass
I
on.
drove by it at noon, at 11 today, all the joists were still up. There were people standing in it. You could see into it. The outer walls had been taken down, but the building was still strong enough to hold the weight of people. So all during the morning, there were people continuing. I went by it at 9 a.m. There were people working. There were people standing inside it, and all the framing was still intact.
I would say that I'm not an engineer, respectfully, and I don't, My understanding from the engineers was that after the demolition started, it was not safe to leave it alone, and that's the reason.
I'm not concerned with that. I appreciate your sentiments, but still the fact remains that there was an obligation here that your client had, and they didn't comply with it. And that's what I'm concerned with. I'm not concerned with anything else, although I appreciate your sentiments.
And you're exactly right, and that's why we're here to explain.
What do you want to do?
What I'd like to do is to allow Mr. Heidecorn to make a statement, and then we'd like to explain where we are and what has happened, because what we believe is that this is still, we haven't gamed the system, we haven't gained any advantage. This is still a very creative, adaptive reuse of a property that benefits the town.
This gentleman, is you the gentleman?
That's correct.
Are you going to explain what, the building and what's going to be done? Go ahead.
For the record, my name is David Heidecorn. I'm a partner at Catterton Partners. Sure. Heidecorn. I'm a partner at Catterton. I've been there 16 years. First, I'd like to say that, there was no intent to disrespect or undermine the commission. My role is one of overseeing this project, and this demolition was part of our TNR plan to renovate the building. This is not what I do for a living, but I've worked on this project for 2 years as we've developed this plan to purchase the building. The reasons for moving forward on the demolition project were fiscal in nature. And it was our belief that the town supported the new sidewalk design, which could only be accomplished with the removal of the garage and the wall. The issues that we've been facing is that the project is 6 months behind. We're financially over budget. The delays have impacted many things that we have to do with our construction loan. We are planning in this project, which we are going to remove our employees and move to the mill for roughly, we were going to go for 12 months. We had to extend the lease for 18 months with the extensive delays. The garage was unsafe, it was unstable, and there were issues of asbestos that were removed before we applied for the building or the demo permit. After diligence study by the architects, Catterton determined that we were not going to put employees in the building due to the unsafe location to the street. And we also did extensive research with council at the request of the commission regarding whether the garage was historical. We determined, with input from council, of course, that it was old and it did not conflict with the historic preservation regulations. We received the demo permit and verified with our construction firm, A. Papa John, and confirmed with our real estate advisors at Newmark Realty as the next steps in the project, which were to begin with the demolition. The demo work to date has been done carefully. It was all done by hand, and we did not damage the wall, and the removal of the wall was not part of the demo permit. At the last hearing of P&Z, we had taken the suggestions of how to improve the tight sidewalk situation and worked to develop creative solutions to fit into that area. The Granoff team has done this, and now we've had some really good solutions that we're going to go back and explain tonight. We agree with the town that the sidewalk is dangerous and it needs to be corrected. It should be noted for the record that we had 2 employees who were hit by vehicles based on that sidewalk challenge. We're trying to make this good for the community and improve the public safety. The other point I wanted to bring up is something about Catterton, which you may know or may not know, but I wanted to state for the record. We've been committed to Greenwich for a quarter century. About 2 years ago, we were about to leave the Greenwich area because we couldn't find a suitable place for our firm. We were offered significant incentives to go to other locations, but we decided to stay in this building and work through issues with the owners during a very challenging period while the sellers were going through some zoning issues in front of the commission, and then we succeeded in purchasing the building in August. We will be doing many things that will be improving the area there. We'll be investing $10 million plus in renovating the building. We'll be upgrading the building to LED silver standard, and we will be building a bosque, which will be described, planting many new trees, and the removal of the garage and wall allows for the reconstruction of the sidewalk area, and that can only be done by us providing some of the property back to the town. For Catterton, this is where our home is. We have been here a long time. We've been a good citizen. We've pursued the processes that have been put forth to us. We had no intent to undermine the process at all. I was not aware of it, the fact that we were going to be requested to come back to the commission. There would be no reason we would do that. So I stand before you and apologize, but there was no intent to undermine the commission anyway.
Were you at the Historic Commission?
I was, yes, I was.
And what did they tell you?
If I'm not mistaken, they were, they viewed that their recommendation to you was to view this, it was a historic garage, I believe.
Right, and they did not approve your plan.
They did not at that time, correct.
And
Right,
the-
so I'm trying to understand.
And the Architectural Review Commission, committee, did you attend that meeting?
I believe I was. Was it? Yeah. I was.
And what did they say?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Well,
They asked you to come back.
Oh,
We have their minutes in front of us. They asked you to come back. I mean, we really wanted to work with you guys. We knew that there were concerns we appreciate you being an employer in town. We knew there were concerns. I value historic structures. I think Mr. Heller liked your proposal. I believe Mr. Fox liked aspects of your proposal. The ARC asked you to come back because they wanted you to preserve the structures. So you knew that there was a mixed reaction in town. You're a very successful businessman, and the ARC and the HDC told you that HDC said no, and the ARC asked you to come back, the Architectural Review asked you to come back with different ideas. That's what they sent to us this week, reconfirming that.
We didn't submit the new ideas.
So I don't know why you guys walked away thinking that it had been approved.
It was a misunderstanding.
Please speak into the mic.
As I said, it was a
Misunderstanding.
Okay, where do we go from here?
Yep, where do we go from here?
Well, we did, in response to the, and trust me, the ARC was not, it was difficult to walk out of there understanding what it was. We agreed that we would put our notes together and come up with it. They asked for certain things, but like this commission, they indicated, as the Historical District Commission, they like the building, they'd like to see it stay. But the owner of the building determined that it can't stay. And what they said is, if it's not going to stay, this is the ARC, then we'd like to see you do a couple things. And they gave us a list of them, and we've done those, and we've proposed them to make the replacement walls stone, and to make certain improvements to the building. This commission said, there are members here who like it, but if you're not going to use it, one thing you better do is improve that sidewalk and make it green like the other sidewalks along some of the other office buildings there, next door and across the street. So we went back and re-engineered the front of it. We pushed the bosque in, and we proposed two different sidewalk designs. And we told the client, if we're going to submit these, you have to commit to them. And so we communicated to the commission that either one of these we're willing to do. So you're right, we did not have the final approval, but we're communicating along the way. There was never any impression from the part of the client that they hadn't reviewed this and were in doubt about whether this cottage could be used. It can't. And so, in the HDC, the Historic District Commission, there's no question, they voted not to approve it. But again, it's advisory. And the import of what they said was, we like that building. We submitted a very detailed analysis. Ann Campbell of our office did it. Reviewing the assessor records back to the 19th century, reviewing the land records, who owned this property back to the 19th century, and the building department records, and the archives of the Historical Society and the archives of the town. And we submitted a detailed analysis of exactly what this cottage and wall is, and you have it there. And respectfully, it's not historical.
That's your opinion?
It's-
It's not the opinion of the HDC? It's not the opinion of the HDC? I think that, I don't see how anybody could have come out of that meeting with any misunderstanding.
Well, respectfully, the opinion of the HDC is just that. And it's not our opinion, it's a fact that it's not historical. It is not on any register, and it does not, it was, furthermore, the cottage was rebuilt entirely in 1977. A concrete slab was poured, you could see it. It is a 1977 building. It sat as on the site of what had been a garage, which was then rebuilt. We have submitted the entire history of it. It's not opinion, it's fact. And nobody has disagreed with that. And nobody, except by offering opinion, nobody has come up with additional facts or contrary facts to what we offered. And respectfully, from a legal point of view and from a zoning point of view, what we offered demonstrates that that is not historical. And therefore, that is one of the factors that we come forward here today with. So,
But the issue is, we're looking at an entire site. And we are trying to work with you to come up with the best site for your client as well as the community. You jump-started the process where we can't even have a discussion about that building because you took it down. And we can have the discussion when we're discussing it, if it's historical or not, but you didn't even give us the right to discuss it.
You're right, Mr. Fox, and again, all I can say is I apologize. But when we came in here tonight, if that building still stood there, this applicant's position was going to be,
He wants it down.
we want it down.
But at least we can have a discussion.
That's right. I understand that, and that's why I say we haven't advantaged our, I understand when
You
someone
have
violates your
advantaged
regulations.
yourselves.
Hey, guys,
Mr. O'Hanlon,
okay, go ahead. No,
Don
go ahead.
O'Heller
Go ahead.
asked you,
Go ahead.
I think I took the words out of your mouth. Mr. Heller asked you where we go from here. You know where we're coming from.
Yep.
Where do we go from here?
What we'd like to do is to
Mr. Heller
explain.
asked you a very good question.
you.
Did I take the words out of your mouth?
You did.
And I appreciate it. I'd like to go ahead and finish our presentation and explain to you why this plan is good for the community and should be allowed to be approved, with the understanding, again, as we've explained, that we did not intend to be here in this situation like this, but we have to deal with it. So with that said, I'd like to move on. We have some good information for you. And what I'd like to do is, I've already described to you the historical analysis that we did, but what's happened since August?
I just like to iterate, it is your opinion, and I don't know how suited you are to make the statements that you have, but I have an opinion too, and my understanding as an architect and as also being involved in historic preservation is that I don't agree with you.
We haven't, I respect that, but again, this is not based upon information that suggests that, and we're going to have Mr. Granoff speak to this, that there's anything about that.
You wish to couch this in a way that's advantageous to you, but I don't see it that way.
Okay. I think that we have couched it in an objective way. We don't offer an opinion, we just say that this is.
I'm sorry, there is nothing objective about what you're saying.
Okay.
Mr. O'Hanlon, let's start from the beginning here on the next steps. Did I take the words out of your
Yeah,
mouth again?
let's stay with this particular cottage. Let's call it that, if you will. What do you want to do?
What we'd like to do is to have you, we'd like to describe to you what the changes that we've made in response to the ARC and to this commission.
We're staying with the cottage for the time being.
What we'd like to do is to approve the site plan and special permit so that we can continue to remove it. We can move forward to remove the wall.
What do you want to do with the cottage? Forget it?
Forget it.
That's your proposal.
That's what our proposal. I mean,
So you want to finish tearing it down, is what you're saying?
we'd like to finish tearing it down and as part of the what we were asking.
Oh,
in the
I understand that. I just want to get to the bullseye.
Yeah.
Okay?
There's nothing,
So, pardon me?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So the first thing in our minds is, do we want to take any action on what you want to do? before we review the entire site application. Okay, that's the issue before the House. Okay? So let's concentrate there for a while and see whether, what actions we want to take, if possible. Now, if we said to you, restore, and we made that decision, what does that mean to you?
We wouldn't be able to restore.
You're not able to do it anymore.
No, we're not.
Is that a fact supported by your experts?
Well, the building's down.
Pardon me?
The building is down,
Totally.
essentially.
I didn't realize it was down totally.
It's not down totally.
I've seen it since I got back.
There was a stop work order.
It's pretty much, I mean, the last time I went down past it, it was, how did it look? You're the one who went by it the latest today.
They were working on the second
Your
floor.
mic's not on.
Yeah.
They were still working on the second floor at 1:30.
What does that mean, working on the second floor?
Well, I don't know if they were shoring or demoing.
My guess is by that time, we had communicated to them that a stop work order was coming, and they probably were shoring, because they began to tighten up the site anticipating the stop work order. But again, the applicant's position is that.
Please, I know the applicant's position. I'm still trying to say on the singular issue. Sir, do you have anything further to say on that? Let's stay with this issue.
No, I mean, I think everything's been pretty much put out here. I think we've, I think Ted has explained where we are. And
What you're saying from our viewpoint, there's no decision we can make here because it's been done.
the structure, we stopped when it, was requested to be stopped, of course, and they pulled off the second floor is down, the chimney is still there.
When did you get your cease and desist order?
I think it was 2:40, 2:45 today.
Just today?
Correct.
Katie, Mr. Luca.
I think an
emailed me
hour
and said it
before.
was coming.
Yeah, I spoke to William Marr, the building official. He's the one who issues the stop work orders. I spoke to him around noon. His people were tied up, so he called AMEC, who I believe is the demolition contractor, and spoke to whoever the gentleman in charge is, and he said he would relate to the workers that they needed to stop because the stop work order was coming, and then Mr. Marr was going to go out after 2 o'clock today to actually issue the stop
What
order.
are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with the fact that there's nothing we can do?
I don't think so.
Is that what we're dealing with?
I mean,
That's the question.
If we take, for example, the old barn at the Point, which was destroyed in a hurricane, and it has just been rebuilt in a historic manner with 75% of the materials utilized. I don't see anything about this that prevents us from directing them.
Okay, so what you're saying is that restoration, if you use that word, is possible.
And what we're asking is that in light of safety issues and the inability to use it and the information was submitted, that it's not historical, that you all approve after the fact.
That's another matter.
The demolition.
That's another matter. Is it a fair conclusion on our part that is what's just been said, restoration is possible?
Well, it's always possible to rebuild, but the question is whether it makes sense.
Well, that's not a question for you to decide, sir.
Well, but
Right?
we have a view of it. You're right, it's
Okay,
not my decision.
so let's deal with that issue now. Do you have any, are your engineers here today?
No, they're not.
No engineers, any architects from your group
We
here
do have an
today?
architects here.
Does anybody have any comment on whether restoration is possible? Who feels technically capable?
Edie, the historic,
No, wait a second, I'm asking for whether you're not associated with,
Granny.
pardon me? I just want to see whether,
Good evening, Rich Granoff from Granoff Architects, representing the owner. And to answer that question, we never looked closely at the cottage from a restoration standpoint because our clients from day one, not from day one, we actually looked at repurposing it from day one, And it was quickly concluded that it was dangerous and extremely expensive to do an adaptive reuse to the structure. So early on in the project, we concluded that it was not a restoration candidate. And I would like to also distribute a letter that I wrote for the record today. And I don't feel a need to read it, you guys can, but I just want to make one statement. We're all very fortunate to reside in a town like Greenwich where we have a wealth of phenomenal historic buildings, and I am very proud as a local architect to have been involved in renovating many of them, including our historic post office, the River House, and most recently I've been in front of the commission for the CLMP building. And I just want to reiterate that this garage, which was built in the teens, as a garage, is, in my professional opinion, very far from a historic structure, and it has no cultural or architectural merit that I feel as a professional with 30 years of experience of restoring.
Well, look, what you say, I certainly respect, but you have no business in this area. The business in this area, we have people who are responsible for deciding when and if something is historic or not. Not you, not me. And there are people, who have this role in town, and it's not our decision. So we're confronted with something here, which I'm more into. I ask for your opinion only because of your professional knowledge, not for your personal views. The question is, can this be restored? Restored so that it preserves its historic purpose, or are we wasting our time here now? That's the question that
It's
we're
my
asking
professional
you.
opinion that restoring it is impractical.
Is impractical?
Impractical.
Okay. Well, thank
Is
you for that.
impractical a monetized item? Is that what you mean by that? Impractical is going to be costly?
We don't have any plans of the cottage for restoring it, so.
You don't have plans, but surely it could be reconstructed. Getting past the, is it, quote, practical, could it be reconstructed? I mean, we have
Anything can
here
be done.
who I'm sure will be able to address that.
My professional opinion, it is impractical to restore
Please describe what
structure.
that means.
That it would be extremely cost prohibitive to rebuild that garage.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else you want to ask him? Anybody else?
I know, exactly.
Okay, now comments from the public. You want to, yeah,
We got to get to the wall, too.
what?
We have to get to the wall, too, because they didn't start demolishing the wall, but they want to.
Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Lee Whitnam, and I live in the neighborhood of the Cottage. I like how these men refer to it as the garage. They try to minimize it. Clearly, from the proximity to the road, this is a historic cottage, probably built at the same circa as the cottage built down by the Portchester Circle. I envision the rebuild that you must order them to do is the following. People park at the Dorothy Hamill, and they walk down the back stairs as a destination, and they go see the lovely cottage at the Circle. And then they walk back up, cut through McKinley, which is public, go down the stairs, cross at the light, and go up the street, and then they visit this other historic cottage that the $30 million they've allotted for this project, they could take $1 million and donate it to the town of Greenwich and restore this cottage to the historic relevance that it obviously is. Now that they've torn down so much of it, it's easy for us to get some statewide experts to come in and examine the historical reference. Just look at it. Just look at where it's located. By combining this as a historical site with the very generous donation of the multi-billionaire putting these three men up, we can make a destination for our residents, for our kids. I've lived in this town for decades. I've never gone into the cottage at the Portchester Circle, and I've been dying to get in there for years. It was built in 16-something. Imagine I'd donate my time. I'll man it one Sunday a month, both of them. I'd sit there or in the other one to let our kids come in and see our heritage. This is another example. Oh, whoops. We didn't know that we made a mistake by accidentally demolishing a building. Oh, please. This is some rich guy whose name is Nameless Rich Guy who said to his underlings, he probably has a lot, go down there and tear that thing down, screw that board, screw the people of Greenwich, screw our history. Don't let them do it. They say, well, it's impossible, we can't move ahead with the project. Well, then don't. The park there is beautiful anyway. I walk my dog there all the time. Believe me, the town doesn't need another big, gigantic testosterone monument to some man's success. What the town needs is to keep our historically relevant properties. We need to call in a statewide agency to come in now that they've torn off the sides and really do some analysis, and I think you'd find that this is one of the last roadside cottages when the only road going from Boston to New York was the Post Road, just by the sheer proximity and its closest neighbor of the same circa, the cottage at the Portchester Circle. Please do the right thing. Don't let them make a mockery here. Send the message, put it back, and donate it, or you go nowhere with your project. Thank you.
Yes, sir. 1 minute. We'll get you, man, in 1 minute.
Thank you for taking my comments. I'm Dean Gamanos. I live in a historic district, the 4th Ward, which was part of our 375th anniversary celebration, which was a glorious event. Gamanos. I do want to take issue with one of the comments that was said, that the town has many historic structures. Well, in the 4th Ward alone, I've seen many of them come down. I see a few that are in disrepair. I understand there's one on Church Street that has been bought and will be torn down. So I'm a little concerned about this because I live in a historic house. I happen to like historic houses. I've driven by the property many times, and it looks pretty old to me, and it doesn't look like anything that was just put up as a recent garage. And I think this whole situation smells a little fishy because it sounds like to save a sidewalk or whatever, they're rushing ahead to tear down an old structure, and it doesn't sound right to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello,
Good
Mrs.
evening.
Sheridan.
I'm Fifi Sheridan. I'm here as a commissioner of the Historic District Commission. I am here as a former chairman of the Historic District Commission, and I'm here on behalf of all of the commissioners and our chairman, Steve Bishop, who is a practicing attorney and the proud son of an 87-year-old mother whom he is honoring today in New Mexico on her birthday. He would be here except for that occasion. Mr. Bishop and his wife have restored a 1600s house that now is in the Stanwich Historic District. I would like to read Mr. Bishop's letter, which we still think has great applicability despite the activities of today. But I would like to also just remind the audience that the Greenwich Historic District Commission was established pursuant to the Connecticut state statutes. Among its purposes and powers and duties include recommendations to the Planning and Zoning Commission and other agencies when requested, and supporting historic preservation issues and undertaking to preserve the quality
of the environment of the town of Greenwich, specifically as outlined in the statutes that were established by the Connecticut state. Mr. Bishop's letter. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Historic District Commission is not in the habit of objecting to most demolitions in town, although there are many structures we hate to see lost. The structures in question at 599 West Putnam Avenue are an exception. We strongly urge this board to take a position to save the old buildings, and most of all the wall on the Post Road. There are very few remnants left of the old Post Road, which was, of course, the original thoroughfare between New York and Boston. The stretch of road just past the border with Port Chester was and is considered to be the gateway of New England. Although the particular buildings at 599 West Putnam Avenue may not date back to the Post Road's earliest times, they are a reminder that the area was not always the site of office buildings, car dealerships, and gas stations. It was rural and featured individual homes. The buildings in question are characteristic of this earlier time and distinctly set the property apart from its neighbors. It would be a small concession for the owner to make some accommodation to incorporate them into the new plan. They are set on the periphery of the property, and indeed take up a very minuscule part of the entire campus, and need not come down to make way for the new building. It is obvious from the past zoning decisions that the buildings were always considered an important feature, and former concessions were made so that their square footage was not included in the FAR. In light of this fact, we believe past boards specifically recognized the importance of this landmark, one of the very few left along this stretch of West Putnam Avenue, and this fact sets a precedence for our request. It is our wish that this board and the applicant work out a plan so that the building and wall on the Post Road may be saved. And in terms, very truly yours, Stephen Bishop, Chairman. Despite this violation of the public trust, we think that there is a solution. Restoration, renovation is entirely possible. The world saw Dresden completely rebuilt. Closer to home, we have seen the Ocean House, an historic property in Rhode Island, rebuilt. As Ms. Raymer pointed out, we have seen buildings on Todd's Point renovated, and we have seen any number of others. Should it be required, we would be more than happy to provide a list of excellent restoration architects, building suppliers, etc., so that this building could be restored. Thank you.
Good question. Did the commission put the 90-day stay on the demo permit?
One of our commissioners did, yes, sir.
And then did
Right,
the
right.
commission document the structure during that stay? Isn't that the purpose of the stay? So you could document the building?
Yeah, there were photographs taken, yes, sir.
So the commission, and you have copies of all those?
I will check with the commissioner who did that.
That would be helpful.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else like to speak? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is James Rittman. I'm with a company called Newmark Grubb Knight Frank, commercial real estate company. We've been in Greenwich for about 24 years. We recently just left and went to Stanford. I'm here to talk to you tonight. I was the advisor to Catterton on their search for commercial property that started about 3 years ago. I want to be clear that my job as the advisor is over. I have no personal gain here monetarily. I'm not a partner in the property. So I'm just here to explain the history of Catterton's search and to maybe clear up a little bit of the miscommunication or misunderstanding regarding the structure. When Catterton started their search, it was clear from the beginning that they were not going to stay in this building for reasons that I will not get into, but that was not going to be an option to rent and stay in that building. We searched through West Putnam, West Greenwich. We looked at 75 Holly Hill, 500 West Putnam. We looked at 777 West Putnam, and we looked at 10 Glenville, which was stated that they are going to for a temporary basis. But none of those were suitable homes because of the company and the brand that didn't work for the company to stay in those buildings. We looked at downtown Greenwich for reasons that I won't get all into, but for financial reasons, it was not right, and there were not the right size spaces or buildings for them to go into downtown Greenwich. This pushed us into Stamford, Connecticut, which the initial search never really intended to do, but we didn't have options here that made sense for a long-term home. We ended up taking a space at Harbor Point in a brand new building on the water that had new amenities like restaurants and shops, residential units. We did a study that it was actually quicker for their employees to drive from New York to this building in Stamford because it was a quicker route off of exit 7 than having to get from exit 2 to their current building or any other buildings in Western Greenwich. Plus, the trains were quicker for their employees, and it was a short walk from the train station to those buildings in Stamford. In addition, which is not the same case with the building here, obviously a much longer walk. We can't walk to this building from the train station in Greenwich or Port Chester. In addition, the amenities and the new buildings were much more branded for this company. So this was the direction we were going. Now, I grew up in this town. I moved here when I was 6. I came back 14 years ago, and I've tried to be a business leader in this community. I will say the last time I was in front of you, I don't come very often, but the last time I was in front of you was to build a September 11 memorial, which I was a co-president of, and I appreciate your approving that. We had opposition to that. We had a lot of opposition to that. We had people that didn't like the design, the views, different things. My point being that in this town, there's going to be opposition to almost anything. We appreciate that there was opposition in some of these things. There's obviously disagreement in that, which I'm not going to get into. But I will speak to the character of the company, and I'll speak about the miscommunication. When I was informed by my client, who again I've finished the work, that we got a permit, I've been negotiating and renegotiating their extension of future space and temporary space. And I said, you should start the demo immediately. You have to get going. You're past due. We're going to have to renegotiate. It's going to be a lot more expensive. That was my advice to them. I had not been in front of you. I was not under the understanding that this was ever going to be part of the plans. To me, I've driven by that 1,000 times. My office was at 777 West Putnam. I knew that it was a dangerous thing. My understanding of the history was it was a garage and that it was converted in the 70s into a residential quarters for the property owners who owned it at that time to provide housing for people who administered the property managers or janitors or such. They actually asked those people to leave that structure because their insurance carrier said it was unsafe and uninhabitable, and they didn't want a liability to have those people there. So while I appreciate people saying that this is a historic structure, I don't know that that's been proven. I think that it's just something that was old. But the plans that this group has put forth, I think improves the overall street and is much more in compliance with the streetscape, what's been improved in the future. Now, in terms of Catterton, I've worked with a lot of companies all around the country and all around the world. I will put them number one in any company that I've ever worked for in terms of their integrity, what they do with the companies that they invest in. They have an impeccable reputation. If anyone's to blame, and I understand when they asked their construction company, they're not here, they said the same thing, if you have the demo permit, you should demo. So that is the miscommunication. If there's some blame, I'll take it because that was my advisory to my client. But what I would like to make clear is that Catterton was leaving, and when they were leaving this town, I felt a personal responsibility to the town, and as a business leader, to bring it to the attention of the town. I spent some time and spoke with Peter Tessie, the first selectman, and said, in addition to all of the tenants that have left, the corporate tenants that have left over the last 5 years, like Unilever, Nestle Waters, U.S. Tobacco, Greenwich Capital, and many others, this was another group that we were going to lose, and it was a bad thing for the town. It was a bad thing, especially in Western Greenwich, where at that time, when we were leaving, there weren't the improvements like CVS and Citarella and different things that have been done to improve that section of town. And that section of town had a very high availability rate of about 35 to 40%. So when I took this to him, he said, can you please set up a meeting with Catterton? We want to try to keep them here. They took the road less traveled. They could have rented space, gone, been in the building, beautiful buildings on the water in Stamford, and been done with this. They decided to do the right thing for the town. The right thing for the town was to recommit to the town, to spend a lot of money, yes, to buy the building. It's an expensive town to do this. To spend a lot of money to renovate the building in a manner that is incredibly tasteful and in line with what has been done on the street. And I think it's a great improvement. People are talking about the people of Greenwich. I think if we took the existing building and the structure and showed what they're planning to do to the people of Greenwich, there'd be an overwhelming majority that would be in favor of this. The problem is those people don't come to these events. They don't know about them, quite frankly. They're not going to come on Tuesday night and tell you, we're in favor of this. It's the minority, like with September 11th, that do come out and typically say, we're not for it, right? So my point is, it's a message to be sent here. This company decided to keep the 100-plus employees here, keep their houses here, their kids in school here, to go to restaurants and bars and patronize retail. They did nothing wrong. And if there's any blame, I'll take it. But I promise you, this company would never do anything to disobey or try to willfully do anything against what was, in their knowledge, my advisory. And I apologize for that. Thank you.
James, I just wanted to say that
Yes.
you have great integrity, and you did absolutely nothing wrong by giving your advice. You gave good, sound advice. But that doesn't excuse them, the client, the applicant, from the situation they put themselves in. But no, you did everything right.
No, but
And
Mr. Levy,
I understand exactly what you did.
Yes.
And I appreciate what you did, because you show great integrity and understanding what is important, and how to proceed and how to do business in town. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Levy. So, but I will say that that's not my understanding, though. My understanding is that, again, this was my advice to them, and that was not their intent to do anything wrong. So,
What would you recommend them to do with the cottage?
Mr. Heller, in my opinion, the cottage should never have been part of the plan. I know that they did early on. Look, I wasn't involved in all of the planning and design effects, but to me, as someone who's in commercial real estate and looks at that street, it should never have been part of the plan. Again, I think of it as a dangerous structure. I think it's way too close to the road. I mean, to ask a company like Catterton, who's got their global headquarters here, to put all this money into it and have that structure in front of their headquarters, I think is not the right message to send to corporations who are going to be looking to come here and locate here, or to stay here for that matter. So I don't think it should have ever been part of the structure. And I would say that this plan would be in full support of residents, businesses going forward, and people. Please note that developers, they're not in the development company, and that's what I was going to say, Mr. Levy, is that they're not developers. They're not doing this all the time. They rely on me, and I should have been more informed. But this is these gentlemen have day jobs. They're trying to do something good for the town, and this was not their intent to do anything to disrespect any of you or the town or any of the historic society. This was something that they think is better for the town, and I think the majority of people would agree with that.
They were
Thank you.
physically present at the two meetings at which it was strongly expressed to them that they should not take this building down.
Yes.
So it is very hard to think of their behavior as a mistake.
Mrs. Raymer, I wasn't at those meetings, but I would say that, again, those were, I guess, opinions, to my understanding, that there were opinions, that no one has said that this is actually historical. And again, I advised them that this was something that should be done to move forward, because we were way over budget, and that comes back on me. When I make an advisory to my client to stay here, we don't expect to be 6 months over budget, not being able to extend more term with temporary spaces. That falls on me. So my advisory was, if you can start work, start work. It's important to get going. We're in trouble with our budgets. I'm over budget. I'm in trouble. So even though my role was done in terms of helping them, advise them to buy the building, that was my advice to them. And so, again, I apologize for the misunderstanding.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you,
Very good. Who else would like to speak? You again? Sure.
Thank you. And I'll keep it brief.
There was talk about the people who work. Dean Gamanos.
You can twist that thing down.
Thank you. And I don't want to take up everybody's time, but I think this is a very important quality of life issue for our great town. And somebody was talking about the employees of this company. I'll bet those employees want to stay here because we have groups like this who are concerned, because we have old houses that we admire, because we have cultural facilities. And I think if we just look at things from a practical dollar and cents point of view, and not look at the bigger picture, which is entrusted to you, I think we're going to lose some of that quality of life here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have I missed anybody?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'll be brief. My name is Jim Aiello, A-I-E-L-L-O, and I sit on the Economic Advisory Committee with Peter Tessie for the town of Greenwich. And I just want to say, I spent a fair amount of time looking at how things are going economically, Greenwich compared to other towns, commercial real estate, residential real estate. And I have some serious fears and concerns about how competitive Greenwich is, particularly related to commercial real estate, compared to our peers. Towns, you look at what's going on in Stamford with all the impressive building, you look at what's going on in New York City with a lot of new state-of-the-art buildings being constructed. I think we could face a lot of, continue to face a lot of businesses leaving the town of Greenwich if we aren't flexible and understanding in what some of the real practical business economic concerns are of the companies. I think for a case like a company like Catterton, they're looking at what the cost is to renovate, what are the pros and cons of staying versus going to a beautiful place like Harbor Point and Stamford, perhaps also in the city. And I think just macro-wise, we ought to take a step back and think about holistically, are we focusing on the right things? Are we being too myopic? Maybe this is a special little neat cottage that's there that we all like, but is it worth the bigger picture issue of losing an important client like Catterton to another town, which I think is a very real issue?
Are you assuming that Stamford and New York City would have been okay with a promise to one of their commissions being?
Well, I can't speak to
See,
that.
That's where we're kind of stuck.
Yeah,
See,
right.
You know, we're very grateful for the employer. It would be crazy of us not to be. I think that, as I said earlier, several commissioners were very willing to work with the applicant in terms of the proposal. And if you look at the transcript from our last meeting, you know, where we're stuck now is at this issue of, here's what was said, and we keep trying to move on from that. So here's what was said, and here's what didn't happen. And now, as Mr. Heller had asked, where do we go from here? And we're saying, okay, so what are the plans going forward? And is there a remedy? We have not yet addressed the question of the wall and what the plans are for the wall, which I think elicits as many concerns.
And I, you know, as most people know, I'm a developer in town.
Right.
Getting your demo done is about 1 week out of this whole process.
Yes.
So I don't really buy your saving time. You could have saved time by going for building permits on the existing structure and bypassing site plan approval. There are ways to speed up the development process, and we've been open for dialogue. It was the applicant that we were supposed to hear this in early October. They delayed. We didn't delay.
They
And
postponed.
we wanted to have
We
a-
don't want to put you on the hot spot. You're not, like, you just got up because you're on the
I promise I'm not a
economic
Catterton
development.
employee.
Yeah.
No, but
So
I'm
maybe
just
you better
saying
duck.
is, we are very, we understand we have to have a vibrant economy, and I think this commission is balanced and listens to both sides, and I think we try to work with applicants to come up with the best plan, and this is the first time that we heard there's a time issue.
Well, I guess I can't address.
You got stuck on the
well,
hot seat.
you've got some fair points, and I actually don't want to respond to those because I don't feel qualified to respond. But I guess what I would ask as a member of the Economic Advisory Committee, and I take that responsibility seriously, is that we consider the offense and make sure that the punishment matches the offense. And I think in the case of this particular item, this cute little cottage that was there, and I've been in a million times too. I used to live in the western part of Greenwich. I used to work in the western part of Greenwich. I shop in the western part of Greenwich, and I know it very well. I've been in Greenwich for over almost 25 years. It is nice and kind of cute, but is it historically important? Is it worth a big battle, a fight that could really damage an important relationship at a time when Greenwich needs to be more competitive because we have faced some serious threats from other towns, and I think we need to take a step back and just
It isn't our
consider it.
intent
You make a
to
good
be
point.
punitive.
Right. Okay, that's all I need to make.
Our intent is not to be punitive, but it is our intent that representations made to us have to be kept.
I understand. So
Okay.
it's up to you to decide what how
Thank
that's
you.
going to be impacted.
Unless I'm missing anybody. Okay.
Okay, see if you can hold the floor this time.
Thank you. Hearing, again, Catterton and I, we are not trying to excuse what happened. We simply explain. We understand that this commission takes this very seriously and there are ramifications for what happened. What I'm asking you to do tonight is to suspend
Disbelief?
disbelief for a moment and hear us out, because I'm not standing here telling you that I know what you would have done. What I'm asking you to do is to listen to what our presentation is, because it hasn't changed, and the demolition has not changed at all what we intend to tell you. And then at the end of that, ask yourself, is this the type of violation that deserves what you've heard? Because I think we can address everything that's been said, and at the end of it, if you can suspend that knowledge that the demolition has started.
Okay, why don't you go ahead with your presentation?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start first and distribute some photographs here. And this is one of the reasons that Catterton is not being stubborn. Ann, could you hand these out? Thank you. You can see why this building is not useful. And what I'm giving you is a series of pictures that show what this building looks like from the office building that Catterton occupies. And I think you'll begin to see why it is that Catterton came to the conclusion that it can't use it, in addition to what you've already heard. Now, I think that any of the people who address the historic nature of this haven't read our submission. This was not a roadside cottage. This was a garage. What happened was the post road moved to it, not it moved to the post road. And we've demonstrated that. Mr. Bishop's letter acknowledges, and if you looked at what I've learned from the demolition is that the demolition is 2x4s and sheetrock. It's 1970s construction material. If you look at the pictures of this cottage, you can see there was a concrete slab poured. The 1977 permit for the refurbishing this cottage allowed it to be raised, so that the floor to be raised. They poured a concrete slab and they rebuilt it. So again, we are not, what we've presented to you are facts. So, but this is what it looks like to Catterton. The other thing is the streetscape. That's a dangerous sidewalk condition, and that's what they'd like to remedy.
Okay, show us what your plan is then.
So with that, I'd like to let, Ann was going to hand out some pictures of the streetscape, and I would like to have Eleanor Montefusco from Granoff's Architects come up and explain what it is we propose to do and why this this redevelopment is going to accomplish everything that's there today in terms of screening the building. And the other point is why, again, the architectural vernacular of West Putnam Avenue there is not historic buildings. It is office buildings. These are decisions that you all have made. So I'll let Eleanor take over from here.
Good evening. I'm Eleanor Montefusco. Sure. Montefusco. I'm the landscape architect for the project. We met last time, and I'm here to show you and to explain further why we need to address removing our desire to remove the wall and address safety issues as well as streetscape issues. This board here, where I'm showing the overall picture in a larger scale. So as I move on with the presentation, I'll bring you into more of the more details of what we're planning. So this first image here is the Route 1 corridor. Our site here is encapsulated in this red line with a dot. And as you move east, there are streetscape pictures of the corridor pictures E1 through E12. And then as you move west towards Portchester, we have pictures W1 through W7. And the main reason for this was to respond to the comment about establishing snow shelves or green strips that are consistent with the corridor. So my study here is an analysis of what the sidewalk condition is, what the overall vernacular is of this corridor in the vicinity of our property. So if you see in the yellow, we have some areas that do not have sidewalk. And this could be because there's a parking lot, large driveways, or even ledge or natural topography that doesn't allow for a sidewalk. Orange depicts a sidewalk, whether it's concrete or an asphalt strip. And then as we move to the blue and the green, the blue indicates there is some sort of snow shelf or grass buffer with maybe some, yes.
We're going to be here a long time if we
You want me to speed it up?
regurgitate
Sure.
this. Can you explain what has changed on your plan
Sure.
from what you heard from the other commissions, ARC, because it looks like it hadn't changed?
And also because the package we have is the same, as far as I could figure out.
So I don't understand
So
what you
if I could just
learned from our
finish,
last meeting.
Yeah, if I'll just finish on this board and wrap it up real quick, and then lead to the answers, is that we're showing the vernacular that this is a,
We got it.
okay.
Move on.
Okay, so what changed is that we are giving some of the property back to the sidewalk by incorporating a snow shelf, a 5-foot sidewalk, and then we moved back our Bosque wall, which are our 3-foot stone wall, which used to be concrete. It used to be more modern looking design that went with the building. So we investigated the type of the stone of the wall, and a lot of it is irregular, different kinds, different types. So we looked at what kind of stone is actually more appropriate for the streetscape and the New England feel, as well as the rest of the downtown Greenwich area, and it's a Byram stone. So Catterton is committed to rebuilding this lower planter tier wall, which is a raised planter. We're trying to create a more generous streetscape as far as greening it up, maintaining the screening and the buffer. We received positive comments from the conservationist as well as the ARC landscape architect with our planning design. So as far as the planning design goes and the Bosque area, that area did not change. What did change is the materials of the wall and incorporating the snow shelf for safety reasons. I have a picture of the sidewalk in a snow condition.
Show about the mature trees on the corner.
Oh, of course.
How
So-
many are you saving?
So we are saving, we're removing 31 trees, but of those 31, 10 are over 12 inches in diameter.
And why are you removing them?
We're removing them to maintain, to create the Bosque area, and we're replacing it with 18-foot minimum 6-inch caliper trees, which are actually a native variety of red maple, and that will contribute to a better streetscape and more open, clear space area for the width, as well as establish screening from the street to the building facade.
And the 18-foot tree, how long will it take to, is that what that is showing, depicting
So
there?
this image is depicting, it's depicting the actual size, approximate size of what the tree will be. And then it'll...
How long will it take to get from that picture up there to that picture down there? Growth-wise, like how many years?
Growth-wise, probably 10, 15 years, I want to say. And
I don't know how fast the red maple is versus the sugar, but it would be about maybe.
that's what I would guess.
Okay, back up a step. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm looking at the architectural review comments, and I'm not seeing the stone change. Their suggested modifications are To explore opportunities to preserve the stone wall and cottage, or possibly only remove a portion. If you do, okay, this is where it comes in. If you remove the existing wall, and the proposed wall should be stone wall to match the outcropping in the area and the existing walls, that's where you're using the Byram stone. Okay, so I think if you bring us back to what has been suggested to you and how you've responded to those, because we don't have that.
Okay. So
We don't have from you. We have, I think, all old stuff, right? That's from what I could tell. But of course, I was anticipating that you were going to have picked up on some of the suggestions from the commission as well from the last time.
Right.
The submission that was provided on October 1st, that is in your package, I think is what you have on the board,
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's
Okay.
got the changes.
Right, that's got the architectural
Yes.
changes.
Okay, that's got the architectural changes, but does it incorporate some of the stuff that we had suggested,
Regarding,
like Melissa's suggestion?
oh, that would be in, Melissa Evans is the traffic person from Department of Public Works, and that was in response to this plan that was provided on September 9th, and this plan shows two alternatives for the sidewalk. One shows a grass strip, then the sidewalk, then another grass strip, and the other shows, right, the other shows the grass strip and then the sidewalk, and the difference being the width of the landscape area there. And so Melissa Evans has written a comment for the commission that states that from a Department of Public Works standpoint, they prefer the
Fox
grass,
alternative.
sidewalk grass with a
Okay.
smaller landscaped area.
Okay. All right. The applicant,
wanna
she's
say
got
the
the mic. He
applicant
just
is
said
willing.
the
the
applicant is willing
to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you would come back to just emphasizing what you've changed in response to.
Okay, so based on the responses, we looked at the snow shelf options. In these options, I'm showing the 3-foot or 4-foot snow shelf, brand new sidewalk, and then the lower tiered wall, and changing that into the Byram stone versus a concrete stone. And you could see that it encapsulates these large utility poles. When it snows, I have a picture. This is the existing conditions board that shows the sections of the existing conditions and the interior landscape. This bottom picture, E, shows the snowy condition that was taken this February. It's unsafe. I heard many people talking about walking through the neighborhood.
Hold on a second. We've got like 4 conversations going up
Okay.
here. Just give us a second.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
So I heard comments about having, children, families, and the employees. This is a very heavily traveled area, and there's many bus stops, which was shown in my first image, throughout the whole entire corridor. So we need to safely get people to and from the whole corridor, green it up, as most of the new and older commercial areas and buildings have done so, just as across the street and adjacent. And there's no vernacular as far as, or design elements as far as consistency. There's Corten steel walls, there's white concrete walls, there's other kinds of stone walls. So what we're trying to do here is really providing public safety, public aesthetics, beautifying. We have environmental benefits with the large trees. We're planting We're planting 23 of the large maples for the Bosque End Street, as well as shrubs, evergreen, mixed native, evergreen deciduous shrubs, 326 shrubs, and 1,190 herbaceous or perennials. And it's going to be maintained that way. That's not something that should be belittled. We have neighbors that aren't maintaining the properties as I don't think the town of Greenwich would like to see. So,
What's, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Katie, go ahead.
Can you explain a little bit about the concept the landscape design concept, because I understood that the idea here was to open up the look effectively, and you're doing a new lobby, and the idea is to make this the headquarters, et cetera. So, from the landscaping standpoint, why do you put all of the trees there that would that are blocking? Yeah.
Well, one of the things that the existing vegetation in the wall does is it does screen from the street. It gives both the interior or the property owners privacy as well as, security. And the Bosque area relates to the new conference areas that are being included into that renovation. And that FAR is coming from the penthouse above. So what we're doing is really reuniting all these useful components of the office building, the client's needs for these spaces, connecting them outside with this open area Bosque, which is really is just something really pretty to look at. There's glass windows on that first floor from the small and large conference rooms and the lobby. We're planting not just trees, but more ornamental and suitable, tasteful plantings. And from the outside, we're providing greening. We're providing evergreen, some native shrubs, so that we maintain the screening from the outside in. So in relation to the spatial relationships, we're trying to unite the space for the client and keeping it safe and private. And then for the public, we're also achieving, really nice aesthetic for that whole corridor, which is really chopped up because of the existing commercial area that it is today.
The red outline on the building there, thank you, that is the cottage, right?
Exactly.
So since the cottage area is the area in the wall that has the windows and the archway and the things that make the wall interesting in that area, where that's located is far enough away from the lobby that would there be a way to incorporate the existing wall into the new wall design? So in other words, to maintain the areas of the existing wall that have the historical and the architectural interest and incorporate that into the new wall design so that you would be, in effect, keeping the historical interest but also meeting the needs of the client by opening up the area closer to the lobby.
Spatially, part of what a Bosque is and creating that space, it would reduce that impact, if you will. Like, for example, if I just rearrange the space, it's sort of a very, it doesn't relate as well from a design standpoint. But to your point, does it, can I rearrange the space to preserve some of that? Maybe, but it doesn't deal with the issue at hand with the safety, as you saw, as Mr. Heidekorn mentioned earlier, 2 of the employees were on the sidewalk and got hit during an accident with a car. And we can't ignore the fact that it's a very narrow sidewalk, and the cottage and the wall is right on the property line. The cottage actually overhangs over the sidewalk. And then there's utility poles right in the middle of that. So I don't see how we can really establish a safe condition here.
It's now back in your court. I think you've heard from a bunch of the public and the Historical Society. Right now, you basically have done the nuclear option and removed the entire wall. You removed the cottage or the garage, whatever you want to say. We're asking, in your professional opinion, how do you come up with a compromise of keeping the wall, keeping something from a historical significance? Because basically, you're getting rid of it.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I do understand and respect what you're saying. But as what we have said here today, there was no evidence to me as far as it's historic just because of the documentation. I understand. No. My point is,
you have not offered any compromise at all.
I disagree.
You've disregarded everybody's opinion except your own with this plan. What I'm asking you, what compromises can you offer on this plan?
Well, if I could speak. Could I have the microphone, please? Yeah. Again, Ted O'Hanlon, the compromises we offered has started with the comments that you made on August 4th. And the problem with the wall is the wall has to go if we address safety. The wall sits in the middle of exactly where the new sidewalk would go. So your suggestion on August 4th.
I agree,
Yeah,
but I'm
so
one of 10.
Right, so the compromise we came up with was, we gave you two options for the sidewalk, and we'll do either one. And we understand that from a traffic point of view, you want one of them, we're willing to do it. That's one compromise.
Okay.
The next compromise came from the Architectural Review Commission, where they said, there's a number of suggestions they made for the building itself, and we've done those. Those aren't an issue. But the significant compromise they made is, if you have to lose the wall in the cottage, then at least maintain the stone appearance of it. And not only did we agree, first of all, we came back and said, we'll face it. Then we looked at it further, and the suggestion was, don't face it, build that first one there out of native stone. And again, we've offered to do that, and we're going to face the second one. So that's another compromise. But the fact is, and this is why I ask you to suspend belief, if you look at this site, the lot itself, and we went through a significant effort last year to identify the lot as a saleable lot, it is challenged, both from the shape of it and the idea of, if you don't do this, then this space, this office space, is going to continue to degrade. And what Catterton has offered here is to bring this 40-year-old building back up to essentially a new building. But those are the compromises.
We're not discounting that. My comment was, like Ms. DeLuca said, is, what if you left the wall on the western portion and opened up this whole corner and
Let me see what, I'm
give
sorry.
us something? I mean,
Let me ask you something. I'm going to change tacks here a little bit. You guys are concerned that you're running late on your building renovations, and your employees then have to be leasing space and all of that kind of, you have to be leasing space for your employees. Could we separate it into two pieces so that you go ahead with the building renovations while everybody kind of gets to a meeting of the minds on the landscaping and the wall and whatever? Would that work because at this point, where we're struggling is with what happened, but you need a space for your people. You are being slowed down. What if we just if we could get you to move forward on the building renovations? But go ahead, go back and talk to ARC. Does anybody? Split the baby.
No, I think with all, it's decision time.
Well, I wanted
believe
to
that.
make a decision, but move them forward on the part that affects their bottom line right now. And that buys time to work on the landscaping and the streetscape and all
because
of that, and lets everybody
They
have.
some kind of a site plan approval, and that wall is unprotected, the historic element is unprotected.
Well, we've got all the principals here, maybe we make them sign in blood.
I don't think that's satisfactory. I really think it all needs to be resolved together. And I think the concept of saving where the portion of the wall where the cottage was, and having an area to walk behind it, and that basic concept as articulated by Ms. DeLuca, and I think it actually was articulated by her for the first time in August, as I recall.
Well, and ARC said it as well, keep a portion.
I think that's the concept. You should take that as a remarkably gracious offer to you of a compromise which doesn't involve the restoration of that building, and get something done with it right away. You've bought this building in August, so all this business of rapidity, you took the buildings down very rapidly. I think it was well said by Mr. Fox. I mean, it took you a few days, so I don't really understand what this hysteria was all about, or the validity of it. So why don't you come back to
Okay,
us
why
with
don't
that
you go ahead?
concept?
But I agree with Ms. Alban that the site plan approval can be through the building perimeter only, and the wall stays as is, as part of that stipulation. That allows them to file for their building permit, get going on the construction, because this work won't be done till the end of construction anyway. And so, from a process standpoint, we, I think, can work out with a better site plan at the end with more time. And I think, I would assume the applicant, if he's getting a building permit and allowing him to go forward on the building, they would be more amenable to work where it's not costing them money on the site plan. And so that's my opinion. I think we can limit the site plan approval if the applicant so chooses on the perimeter until we come up with a solution that everybody can opine on, because ARC needs to see it again. I think Historic District Commission should see it again. But everybody has agreed that the building in concept, the elevations on the building in concept are acceptable. The big thing is the historic
streetscape
wall
part,
and
the-
the streetscape, which needs more work.
Katie, what do
And
you
I think the site plan, if you're going to go that route, I think the site plan would have to acknowledge and incorporate the existing landscaping, the existing wall, so that is actually part of the
Right.
site plan approval to do the work
So
on the
you
inside.
would not be able to take the wall down without
Or any of the
talking to us.
landscaping.
Right.
Or any of the landscaping either, though, in
But
the- in the
at
front.
least you could move forward, because what I'm hearing, what we are hearing is that there was pressure to move forward with getting the employees in, which again, I'm not going to get into that. Okay.
But I think what we need
Beat
to
the
hear,
horse.
though, is from the construction people, that if that were to be the thought, can the construction in that front area there where you're changing some of the vents and you're doing some of that other stuff, can that happen without disturbing the existing landscaping, the existing trees, those
'Cause if-
significant trees in the front there?
We don't want you to come back with an oops.
Understood.
But,
We need to get,
you know, this
We
idea
need
of
something from the construction
keeping
people
some
on that.
sections, what Katie was saying about keeping a sense of the history of a piece of the wall, of keeping something without the dangerous elements, but without feeling monetary pressure to get on with it.
can we come back and report to you next week? Or the
Yeah,
next-
the November
We're
10th
not-
meeting.
we're
I think,
not,
is the next meeting.
November
November 10th.
10th, so you're going to lose 3 weeks.
But we'll still be within our time.
I think you got to be careful here, because now you have to examine and make sure that this is still a viable business opportunity. I have a little concern at this conversation now, because I think, on the whole, the effort to put a workable current building in there is very admirable. It's
beautiful.
Okay? And so the concept is a good one. And that involves an ability to go in at a reasonable price, whatever that price may be. So that our comments have to, we don't want to get involved in that, of course, but what we're asking for is some considerations that involve landscaping. Now, let me use that expression, landscaping. Is that okay with you? You guys?
Well,
Use
I
the
mean,
word. I don't want to get into,
But
I don't want to
that's-
get into a thing where we're starting to get involved in a business now.
We can't touch their economics, but all we're saying is we're okay with the part of the building.
You
and
can't
if-
be okay with a part of the building and have a business plan.
No, we're okay with the building and all the remodeling of the building and the renovations to the building.
So the site work, the site and the building, we're in agreement on, is that correct? Or we have a problem
Can you
with
put
that?
up the before and after of the building facade? I think
Let's
that would
make sure
help.
that we got an agreement, that we got a viable.
I got the Okay.
I'm expecting them to come back in 3 weeks. Isn't that what
Yeah,
we're
they're going to
doing?
come back in 3 weeks anyway. We're just saying this, they haven't agreed to splitting the baby. But if you can get an agreement in 3 weeks on the whole thing, that would be fine.
Because at the very least, in 3 weeks, the construction people, I think you should have them on the record.
Yeah.
Acknowledging that they can do the work on the building without disturbing the existing vegetation, the existing trees.
And I
If
want-
you're going to split
And I
that.
would like the boss to make that commitment to us.
I said, we'll put it in writing and the boss will make the commitment.
Uh,
But the idea is that November 10th, we'd have to, our presentation is essentially concluded. We would be able to close the hearing that night.
We'd have
You want
to,
to raise your point now?
Yeah.
The one that you raised
unless you
before?
convert it to,
On the location?
okay, can you plop up the building
You got, now's the time
facade?
to do it, so you got some
so
direction.
everybody can see it?
Well, hold a minute now, go ahead.
I've been asked to make a comment about
It's going to fall.
something that we're looking for. And I think that a portion of the wall, especially where the cottage is, could be preserved and become part of a nook off of the sidewalk that could be that could have a bench or two, and a place where Greenwich residents can gather and sit down and have a nice little a spot that where they can certainly reflect on what was there previously and have, this area is
commemorative.
Well, yes, but it's a very long walk. And to have a nice little repose along the way would be a wonderful gesture. And also, the commemorative aspect of doing something like that would be lovely.
That's a suggestion.
Understood.
Okay, now, so now to you, Margarita.
We leave it.
The wall, we've covered that.
The wall issue is what's open, really, and the trees.
Let's go with the landscape, okay, to give it a general title.
And I think we've made several suggestions here tonight that could be incorporated.
Okay,
You
so
have
you
one of the,
sugge-
you have a
basically, you don't-
top-notch architect.
The site work, the building, if you will, how do we look upon that? Do we look upon favorably?
Yes.
Want to give some direction?
I
Any
like it.
comments that are negative?
I would like that, I mean, is there time for it to go back to ARC for their comments? I'd like to see, I'd like them to be.
They were fine with the building.
Well, there was a return. It was a return.
return.
And they could go back on
I'm sorry, I
the
take it
November
back.
3rd.
Okay.
On the
South
return?
I
side.
like that.
What was the
What did
issue
you
with
say?
the south side of the building? What was the issue with the facade on the south side of the building with ARC?
Sorry, this is Sarah Vitek from Granoff Architects. The south side, they didn't think that we were improving it enough for the town.
Okay.
It didn't have. It was really keeping it as brick and just replacing the windows. Since then, we've agreed to stain the brick and actually make it more of a tonal.
And is
finish.
that what you think the direction they were going?
It definitely
Okay.
gives it something more modern, and we're hoping that was one of the things that they
So the
like.
only comment that ARC had on the building itself was on the facade on the south side, and they believe they've addressed that.
Well, that's the issue with some of the terracotta panel colors. That's over by the garage area, right?
And that was exactly, that change captured both of those concerns by making it a tonal change and making it match the terracotta better.
Okay.
Okay, what do you guys want to do?
Question about the landscaping. Does it make any sense, if you wanted to plant larger trees so that it wasn't such a long period before it started to look like that, is that feasible physically? I mean, can you plant trees that are that large and suspect them to grow and live?
We can grow, you could Technically, yes, if we have room for the root balls, because as the tree grows, the root balls are larger. It's actually better to plant medium or smaller trees because they adapt better to the new environment and they grow faster.
Although the variety you spoke of is a more or less a very easy-growing tree. So if it were larger, I can't imagine it would have any trouble. But your point is well taken. But the red maples are very kind of the reason why they proliferate around here is because they grow easily.
What have you done any exploring of? I mean, in other words, what's under there? I mean, do you know if there's rock under that area that you're proposing those trees? Because the other thought I had is if they were larger trees that you're planting, presumably that needs some significant machinery to create the hole large enough to get the ball of that size in there. So, have you done some borings in that area to ensure that you can? First of all, get the bosk in, and the proposed landscaping.
That's a good point. Is David from Rendus Mead here, or our site engineers might be able to answer that better?
Okay, I think we can review that in the next couple of weeks. Okay, I'd like to wind us up now. Unless you have any final comments.
You're not burying the power lines, are you?
No.
You just
We are removing a transformer.
Unless we have any.
You are removing a transformer?
Relocating, sorry.
Okay.
I would like ARC to also look at this concept, as articulated by Mr. Levy, of keeping the portion of the wall where the cottage is there and creating a space behind it, and ask for their comments on that and try to present something to them about it.
Okay.
And also,
Yes.
alternatively, if they kept the wall, what do you think about, having it kind of curve in to meet their proposed wall? Something like that. If they can't do Mr. Levy's idea, perhaps, curve it in to meet the existing.
Well, I think.
Do we have any more comments?
No, I just think that they need to make a compromise proposal, listening to Mr. Levy and everybody else. We're not the designers.
I agree. I agree with that. Now, let's wind it up as follows, okay? First of all, we do appreciate let's call it the upgrade of that site. And we certainly do appreciate it as a business venture. And we think it would potentially add a lot to the town. So that's positive. What you heard here is an almost overwhelming questions that center on a basic importance of Greenwich in terms of historical and preserving what's good about the town. And that took up a good 2/3 of this discussion, involving a couple of things, which we must find a way to accommodate some way or another. And I think enough has come out in a bunch of suggestions, including the last one by Ms. Raymer, without specifying and directing, how to build, of considerations that we want to look forward to seeing when we meet again, okay? So let's wind it up. I don't think as far as we're concerned,
Katie?
What do you want to add?
Two items, as I said, and these are just administrative. Could we ask the commission to inform the ARC that these are issues that you've asked them to look at? We've missed their submission date for the 11/3.
I was just going to bring that up.
Why don't we do this, so that we don't spend, Mr. Luca? Why
Yes.
don't you give him a list?
Right.
Covers.
Right. What he's saying is that the deadline date for the November 4th Architecture Review Committee is October 9th. So we need the direction from the commission to basically authorize the fact that they've missed the deadline. To that end, though, do you think you can get a submission by Friday?
we'll do everything we can to get.
Okay, or Monday at the latest, because.
We're going to leave this in your hands.
Okay, but it's
I
clear
think
for the record
I
that
don't
you've
think
given the
commission
direction.
has any problems
Right.
with any of this, okay?
Thank you.
And the second
So
thing
thank
is,
you.
the second thing is, I apologize, I just want to make sure we're clear, is may we work with staff to get some relief from the stop work order
That's
so that
the
we can
thing
make
we
sure
were
we have.
just talking about. What do we want to do about the stop work order on the cottage? See, that's the big question that we have. Nope.
I don't
I
see why it needs to continue as long as it's safe. And then we can wait three weeks.
My
I
concern
agree.
is that if something happened today, we didn't address something today, we'd like to be able to go back and say, we need to do this, and we'll wait for 3 weeks and then, but just want to make sure it's not
It's
frozen.
good. You raise a good point.
Yeah.
Okay?
We moved quickly today,
is-
I just want to make sure. We,
Okay, so we do not want you to proceed at this time.
We
with
want
the-
you just to make safe.
safe.
Make safe.
Okay.
Is that
Period. Period.
clear?
We understand that.
Okay, hold on. Your
And-
principal, your client is asking a question, and
We gotta get him to sign it.
Yeah, but I want Katie to send a formal note on this, on all the elements. Otherwise, we'll spend another hour just going through the detail. Just send them a note, you got it all. And if you have any questions, just ask us. Okay?
Oh, yeah. He said yes. Don
The
said yes.
demonstration of willful, right over here. He went to them.
Again, Mr. Heidecorn just raised a point, there is a number, the debris is all over the ground there. We'd like to get rid of it so that it's safe, so that the site is safe.
Safeguard it, though. I don't know what you have there. You need to safeguard the materials, not throw them out. I mean, sorry, but.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You've violated your site plan from 1977. You tore down a building. It went on and on and on, and this is the stop.
We're not trying to move the process forward. We'll work with staff and make sure that these concerns are addressed.
Hallelujah.
Do you want to get?
I don't, I just want to end it
The
right now.
client, I mean, but should we get the
No,
boss on
no.
record? No?
Not necessary. He represents me.
Yeah, I know.
Necessary.
Okay.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you very much, people.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break now.
Before you do, may I request a postponement of a matter that's on your agenda for tonight?
Oh, sure. Whatever it is.
It's number 11, the Haja Properties. It's last again.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want to get a little more information to be responsive to the comments that
you.
were raised yesterday.
So that's postponed.
Thank you.
You know what
Number
you gotta.
11, number 11 is postponed,
I
people.
think so, but yeah.
Katie has a very good handle on the issue
I'll meet
that
with
we
Katie
raised.
about it. Okay.
On the question.
Pardon me?
Yeah, his son was there, but you know,
Yeah.
he needs to hear.
He does take good notes.
And he's a lot better looking than you are.
Send a memo on this to clarify it, because if I were the CEO of this new headquarters company coming in, I think I would not mind a commemorative thing, which people
write
could
up something,
access.
you know.
But I want to make sure that, on the other hand, I don't want people walking all over my property and interfering with my employees.
Right, that's why, yes. But
So you gotta clarify that.
Okay, all
I
right.
wasn't gonna do it in front of a whole group of people.
Yeah.
But you gotta clarify, so there's no confusion.
I'll do it through.
They've been confused, what?
I'll do it through Katie.
But they, Katie also said.
What's the score of the game?
If they had a continuous wall
Was it
where
good?
the two walls come together, that would.
Well, the first inning, we had the first inning.
I mean, they can, that, yeah.
They have to identify it as a site.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, it's a good idea.
Drive, a final coastal site plan and special permit. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Heller, members of the commission, Bruce Cohen, representing the owners of 45 Meadow Wood Road in Greenwich. This is an application for final coastal site plan and special permit approval to permit the demolition of a circular library at the end of this house and replace it with a slightly less circular conservatory, adding a total of 218 square feet to the building. And the The reason that we're mainly here with you tonight is that 218 square feet takes this building into the world of 150,000 cubic feet of volume. And so that's why we need the special permit. The house has existed. It was built, I believe, in 2003, 2004. It's located in the Bellhaven area of town on Barham Harbor. It's a 2.4 acre parcel that has a very long legal driveway out to Rich Avenue, but and that occupies almost half an acre. So there's just slightly under 2 acres of a zoning lot area in the 1 acre zone. The access of this property is actually out over a bridge. I think you're familiar with this area, out to Meadowwood. And so the house, which is existing right now and has some work underway that was approved by the staff as not requiring any coastal approval because it was minor in nature. And this will increase the size of the house by 218 feet. There are several staff comments which I'd like to address quickly.
Thank you.
The sewer division had some comments. There is a private sanitary sewer system that serves 3 neighboring homes. Mr. Faminello wanted to know if the sewer pump and related line will be relocated. It will be, and we will provide a plan for that to Mr. Faminello, and all of his other comments are acceptable and will be resolved to the department's satisfaction. The ZEO noted that we need to provide appropriate documentation to establish that the proposed project will not constitute a substantial improvement. We're back into that 139.1 issue, and we will do so, and we can satisfy that issue. Also noted that our floor plan neglected to count about 35 square feet of floor area at the an area that was open at the steps. We will amend our plan to show that, but it still is well within our permitted FAR. And of course, the new additions must comply with the flood zone regulations. They do so, and we will satisfy Mr. Couture about that. Ms. Mock suggested that we add 4 new trees to make up with the absence of detailed landscaping plan, and in fact we've already planted 6 25-foot spruce trees on the property. And I believe those are the staff comments. If there's anything else, let me know.
She also comments here that you haven't submitted a planting plan, and just for your reference, people have been lax about submitting them, and the commission would like to see them regularly with this type of application.
Well, actually, if the commission requires it, of course, we'll do it. But I would point out that the additions here that are being made are fairly minor in nature, and they're not going to change much except things like balconies, bay windows, and a small addition over here. The item that we're before you tonight has to do with an existing circular library that will be replaced with something that's slightly larger. So, you know, a full landscape plan really isn't called for, but our clients happen to want the additional screening and have been planning up a storm.
Okay, so your sewer and the grinder pump is also has to be relocated with that sewer line, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments from anybody?
The tree.
Anybody? Any comments from the public?
Just the Copper Beach, make sure you protect it during construction, all the way to the drip line.
I will make that a note.
Okay.
And I'll put it in.
Motion, please.
No, we're just gonna close it.
What's that?
Close it.
Close.
Close.
I don't have,
You know what? It's in a really funky place. And I think we forgot to open
oh, thank you.
We never opened.
Okay, number 7, text amendment.
Just because of where it was in
Okay, this, if the commission recalls, we approved a moratorium in 2013 as it related to medical marijuana dispensaries and production facilities. And the moratorium at that time was put in place so that it allows staff to study the issue. And it was extended again in November of 2014 for an additional year so that we could write a regulation. And we have a regulation proposed, which is before you this evening. The purpose of this proposed regulation is to define medical marijuana production facilities and dispensaries and to prohibit them in all zones throughout the town. The reason for the prohibition is due to a fundamental conflict between state and federal law, in that state law permits such uses and federal law does not. In such instances, the federal law takes precedent. So the proposal is to add a new section, section 6-5, subsection A, 36.2, which would define medical marijuana dispensary facilities shall mean a place of business where medical marijuana may be dispensed or sold at retail to qualifying patients and primary caregivers, and for which the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection has issued a dispensary facility license under Public Act 12-155 and Section 21A-408 of the regulations of the Connecticut State agencies. This use is prohibited in all zones. The second proposed section is Section 6-5, subsection A, 36.3, which would define medical marijuana production facilities shall mean a secure indoor facility where the production of medical marijuana occurs and it is operated by a person to whom the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection has issued a producer license under Public Act 12-155 and Section 21A-408 of the regulations of Connecticut state agencies. This use is prohibited in all zones. Now, because we are adding these two sections under Section 6-5, that creates a numbering issue. So also before you this evening is a proposal to amend the numbering of Section 36.2 to delete that. That's the definition of museum, and to renumber it as Section 6-5, subsection A, 36.4. And conversely, nail salon, which is currently under Section 6-5, subsection A, 36.4, to delete that and renumber it Section 6-5, subsection A, 36.5. And lastly, to delete Section 6-9, subsection B, which currently states medical marijuana dispensaries and producers. For an extended period of 12 months, commencing from the effective date of this section, no applications will be accepted, considered, or approved, and no zoning permits will be issued to permit the establishment of medical marijuana dispensaries and/or producers within any zoning district within the town of Greenwich. For the purposes of this section, dispensary, licensed dispensary, producer, and licensed producer are defined in Public Act number 12-55. The expiration date of this moratorium shall be 12 months for the effective date of adoption unless extended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And that is what is before you this evening.
Okay. Comments, anybody? Okay, we close. Okay, item number 8, final site plan and special permit, 35 Moreland Road.
Thank you, Katie. Did we get them? And now we make the resolution. Do you have anything?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Commission members, for the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is a property that had a house on it. This was the Coyle's homestead for many years, Frank being
Excuse me, where's your son?
He thought that it was getting a little late and wanted
Okay,
to
he
catch
gets
the
to
end
go
of
to
the
bed
game
early.
before it was over.
Mostly he wanted to catch the game.
This was the Coyle residence. Frank was a longtime attorney in town and chairman of the Putnam Trust Company for quite a while. We're proposing to build a new house on the property. We received wetland approval in July. The Public Works Department has approved the drainage plan for building permit purposes, which is more than you normally see. The Health Department has approved the septic system. There was a question regarding the square footage in the attic. We hadn't counted a portion of the stair. We revised that plan, so it's actually 71 square feet less than what we had originally proposed by reducing the amount of attic space. The grade plane differential is 2.67, so the basement does not count. And we have a proposal here of 91% green space, 84% is required in the zone, so we meet more than that. I know there had been a question on the landscaping, and I want to just digress for a moment, because when I was sitting where you are, and we adopted the 150,000 cubic foot requirement, we never thought it would be for houses, because at the time in the late 80s, people weren't building big houses. As you have 4 of them on your agenda this evening, obviously that has changed. But we never thought about that as an issue for single-family homes. And one of the things that when you require a landscape plan in its commercial development, there are requirements for screening parking areas. There are requirements for the number of trees along the street. And, of course, you have the Architectural Review Committee advising you on a landscape plan. You have landscape architects on that board to really go through it and see whether there are appropriate landscape trees proposed. On single-family homes, it's quite a bit different. You know, people want to plant whatever kind of plants they want. In this particular instance, what we're showing in the landscape plan is all the plantings that will remain, and then we're proposing some additional 60 trees and 210 shrubs.
That's good.
Yes, we thought so too. The rear portion is all wetlands, but the rest of it is all this wide open meadow, and it has been a meadow for decades. And actually, I usually do this more for the Board of Appeals than I do for you.
This came up at my request because I drive on that road quite often. And on this 35, you've done an outstanding job of maintaining the mature trees on the property and have fit the house in. I think 37, there's going to be more discussion. And that's why...
I have a photo board for that one, too.
And that's why I think that when you see a planning plan and you see an applicant's plan to try to save the trees, it helps the commission grasp the project.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier this evening, we saw a plan that doesn't have a planning plan. There are neighbors' objections over mature trees, and we have no pieces of paper to make a rational decision. And as you pointed out, your commission adopted this 150 cubic foot regulation, and we need, as you pointed out, some measurement standards. And so just we're not trying to be punitive, but we're trying to make informed decisions, and that's why we asked for
And
it.
the other reason we asked, we talked about this a lot, I think you had somebody that, you were there. But
I
the
was.
other issue is, it's a 617 issue in a lot of ways, because these large structures have an impact on the neighborhood that is significantly softened by adequate screening and landscaping, and it's good to look at the whole piece, because it is an impact. So, and that was the discussion we were having, but anyway, it's good. I don't think we need to belabor it now.
I do have two thoughts for you, though.
Okay.
Take away from the meeting. One is you could put commercial in front of 150,000 cubic feet, and then you wouldn't need to be looking at these. Just my first thought. My second thought is,
Now, I don't think there's a big chance of
that's why I have a second thought.
We have discussed it.
My second thought is, the 617 is geared toward commercial development. It's pedestrian safety,
I know.
it's traffic congestion, it's noise and pollution, none of which apply to single-family
Are you
homes.
volunteering to help us rewrite 617?
Your staff has already done a great job with dispensing of marijuana being sold in town.
We're aware of the
So
shortcomings.
I think that we've been doing this for 10 years now.
Yep.
And I think it's time to look and develop a separate set of regulations, or standards at least, to apply to single-family homes. Certainly drainage is an issue, but when you have a wetlands issue on the property, you're basically dealing with that as part of wetlands. But drainage is certainly something that you want to be looking at and have a standard for that. And landscaping, I think, needs to be taken from sort of the back burner on single-family homes and put more up front. But that really hasn't been the case. And many times you see these and there's no landscape plan.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. You heard us talking about
Yeah,
it.
and I think if you refocus these types of applications more, have them more geared to residential use and the kinds of issues, screening, for example, that comes up, then I think you'll have the focus where it needs to be rather than
Very good point.
on commercial projects.
I mean, I think also, Mr. Hegney, where these applications are small changes, I do think we need to establish something lesser. I mean, it just seemed.
I think Mr. Cohn's application just before, where it's 218 square feet, and you're going through a site plan special permit as if you're building a large office building.
So-
I don't think that that's really
We're
appropriate.
always working on tweaking, Mr. Hegney.
But
It's a great idea.
But the other issue is, of course, then somebody adds 200 square feet at a time for all eternity. You know, I
Well,
mean,
you can make it cumulative. Yeah, there
I
are-
mean, you
there are
know,
other
you
ways.
got to be careful. I mean, and that's why we have it. But your part about 617, it's not doing what it needs to do right now, what it was intended to do. And I agree with you on that. It does not help us preserve community character.
And, well, just to touch on that, you go just up the street on Langhorne Lane, and you'll find a house that's 2 or 3 times the size of this one. This, I believe,
No
yes,
question.
it's 10,000 square feet, but it is how the community or neighborhood has developed.
And that's the other issue, it's what citizens want. Okay.
All right, any questions from anybody?
Not on this one.
Any from the public? Okay, let's close.
Hold
Let's
on,
go to
just-
30.
Wait. Why do I have a note about your mechanical equipment?
In the setbacks.
In the setback.
He sent a letter.
37.
Okay. On 35,
Chairman, if I can just respond to that question.
and also, just so you, if you just.
Because
I-
this is covered by Section 6-144 for accessory structures in the rear yard. And rear yard measured from the back of the house. And we're showing the proposed generator is 39 feet or more. off the property line. An accessory structure in the rear yard in the 4-acre zone can be 35 feet off the property line.
Okay.
I did, in fact, go speak with the zoning enforcement officer today to make sure
That
that
you were right,
my
okay.
reading of this regulation, which I've handled many times, is correct.
What? And then the,
Are we still
there
on
was
35 here?
somebody who's,
Yeah.
we're still on 35, just
Okay.
really quickly. The note that I have on once you include the basement steps is that you may end up being over FAR. But you've got to check,
You just,
you're going to come
It was
back.
it was the attic steps, not
The attic,
basement steps. It was
okay,
the attic
sorry.
steps, and we did, in fact, modify
Oh, I have,
the attic plan to reduce the square footage.
Okay.
Ms. Mock talked about the old wall. Are you saving that? The
That's
old
I
farmer's
I
wall?
did
That's
not
37.
actually see.
No, there's on both properties.
Okay.
not much.
It probably is the same wall.
It is the same wall. It goes
Yeah.
We're
across
into
the.
walls now. Did you?
What's her comment?
This is all just open meadow here. This is the house location. This is existing conditions before the house was actually torn down. The only wall that I think is shown here on the property is along this corner, right where
Northwest-
Langhorne Lane comes.
Northwest corner?
There is also a wall along the,
She
what would be
describes,
the easterly side.
What?
I believe
describes
that-
an old farmer's wall on the northwest corner, within the northwest corner.
Northwest corner. And that is in this area here. We are showing a portion of that being removed
I see.
to establish sightlines.
We didn't get the what?
Don't close the, don't close the.
35, why?
And the rest of that we're showing as remaining.
Today, so they,
How high is it?
Jody can't.
Does it really need to be removed?
2 feet or
Um,
worse on the picture.
Well, you're
Yeah.
sitting low in the car,
Right.
and there has to be sightlines 10 feet back from the pavement, so.
But you are keeping the rest of it.
Yes, we're showing it as remaining. There is a gap in the wall here. We're showing
Yeah.
that as remaining as well.
Okay.
It's not 3 feet high.
How come? Should you want me to show this to Mr. Hegney, or is this
No,
his picture?
I
don't
don't
know.
think the wall is that
He said,
It's a,
five. I don't have any issues.
it's a farmer's wall.
So we're going to leave 35 open?
wait, why are we going to?
Well, you didn't submit the grade plan until today.
And the floor area plans.
Yeah, I submitted those yesterday and then provided hard copies. I had sent those to Cindy yesterday and submitted hard copies today.
Okay, and do we have, because you're very tight here, you're within 30, or
Well,
And
that-
she's-
that's another, if I can digress again. Appearing in front of you and getting the approval is only a part of the process of actually getting a permit.
Yes.
Then we go to the zoning office,
Yeah.
and your staff in the zoning office goes through and measures it in a very detailed fashion, which takes a few weeks. If that could be incorporated in as
Yes.
part of the site plan process, that would save 2 or 3 weeks in the overall process of getting a building permit. But in this case, we're going to have to go through that, and we're going to
Yeah.
have to satisfy zoning enforcement that, in fact, we meet the floor area limitation.
Today, Cindy advised us that she had received these things, and I asked her if they had been reviewed by Jody, and she said no. So that's where we were at the end of the day because of the short time.
And as I said, we have to go through Jody's office anyway. He will review it, and if he
So-
finds that
so
it
we're
is
gonna leave
not,
this
then we
open?
will eliminate,
What?
area in the attic.
Katie, what is
Why would
your,
we not
what is
close?
your take on that?
It's a philosophical debate here. Now, this is an application for a residential home, so that's part of the consideration, I think, when you're looking at the regulations, as Mr. Hegney's pointed out. Because you're absolutely right that this does have to then go through the next step where regardless of whether you hold it open now or whether you send it along, Mr. Kuchar will be going through a detailed process to review the plans. So it's really a philosophical question that I will actually put back on the commission, because it really boils down to whether you feel like you have enough information under 615 and 617 to move this forward. We can certainly handle it from at the staff level if that's the direction that the commission wants to proceed. But again, I'll leave that to you to feel
Well, how do you guys feel about it?
Whether you feel that you have enough information.
Let me ask a question on this. If Jody was to have a problem with it, where does that put the applicant vis-a-vis?
Yes, just
Right, and that could happen whether it's now or later. So let's say that there is an issue. Obviously, the applicant is not going to be able to proceed, and they'll have to revise the plans. Now, even if we waited and Jody reviewed it, they don't do the kind of thorough review which is going to happen later on at the zoning permit stage when they're giving you your comments. I mean, they do the best they can, but it's not the very, very detailed. So theoretically, if you held this open and Mr. Kuchar signed off on it, it's very possible that there would be changes later on when the construction drawings are done and he's reviewing it at that level of detail. And you wouldn't be aware of that, you wouldn't be aware of those kind of details and changes since it happens, later on. So to that end, I think Mr. Hegney's point is well taken in the sense that there's a lot of things that kind of happen down the road anyway, because at that point he'll have the construction set, and there's bound to be some changes here and there from the zoning set.
When it's within 10%.
Which it is.
So if he's within the 10%, it takes 2 weeks where Nancy in their office will literally scale every drawing and validate including building height. So other than just FAR, they get into the grade plane, double-check that.
So what value is it of ours to have everything locked up and not closed like tonight, for example?
I don't think it's going to, other than delay them, it doesn't change what's going to happen. I think the bigger issue we had was the planning plan, not the grade plane.
Well, the other thing that.
Because we can't, the grade plane and the FAR is getting picked up by, so.
But the other thing we talked about yesterday was stuff coming in the day of the hearing, the day of the briefing, the day of the hearing, and this material, that the grade plane, so that it's coming in so that staff has not had a chance to look at it prior to the hearing. Now, I don't know that, that's really where we ended up yesterday, was that we're getting material at the last minute that staff hasn't had a chance to look at, and we didn't feel like that was fair to staff, that we were then moving forward. And it's really a question, where do you guys come out with that?
Depends on what information.
Are you comfortable, I guess really it comes back to staff then. Which way is most efficient for your process?
Most efficient?
Yes.
Well, to be frank, it really doesn't matter very much to us whether because it's really the same review that it'll be sent to the zoning enforcement office.
So here's the discussion we had yesterday was about getting people to be more timely.
Yep.
So that was our difficulty, and I know, Mr. Hegney, you were there for this we had an endless, and we've done it many times before. And so how do we get your attention and not have these, grade plane? When should we have received the grade plane?
It should have come in as part of the application
That one.
itself. And,
So that's our difficulty, I think, is a piece of the staff doesn't get basic documents, and here we are. So, the thing you knew you needed to produce several months ago came in yesterday.
Well,
So how would you?
I think the grade plane is one of those pretty cut and dried surveying calculations.
With which the FAR is determined, right?
with FAR really is more of an issue with attics. And I have to say that when I have a commercial project that I then bring to zoning enforcement, even when it requires review, rarely is there a change. With commercial buildings, it's pretty straight. With you have a flat roof and square rooms, and with residential buildings, there's often changes. Something doesn't get counted. Like this one, a portion of the staircase to the attic was not counted. It was 20 square feet. But you can handle that through additional trusses in the attic. You can handle that through bringing the roof line down without the need to go back through a hearing. These are really very, very minor issues that are dealt with as part of the zoning enforcement sign-off.
But it's just, the other piece of it is, there's a reg, it says what you have to produce, and we all know what those things are, and then the basics don't come in. And how do we get that fixed?
Right,
Mr. Hagan.
and to that point, I mean, Section 6-14 requires the architectural plans that are signed and sealed by the architect of all floors, and it does put the commission at a very, and actually your client also, at a big disadvantage, because if you don't provide the information now, what the commission's approving is what you've shown us. So if the footprint doesn't change at all, and the basic building shape doesn't change at all. I mean, there's bound to be some things on the interior. But if like you just saw Mr. Cohen's application earlier this evening, that was 200 square feet. That application now required a site plan special permit because it was a change to an approved plan. So it's also a disadvantage to your client when you don't provide the proper information or as detailed information as you possibly can, because if there is a minor change where they say, oh, it would have been nice to bump out the kitchen or the this or the that, unfortunately, no matter what the change is, you're now required to come back for a site plan and special permit. And we see that quite a lot, and it's like, gosh, a 200 square foot change, why is that before the Planning and Zoning Commission? So that's also the reason why this level of detail is required for something that's seemingly so innocuous as these homes, because it can actually have a big impact on the neighbors.
And I think part of that is being addressed by the meetings with staff for the submission. I think even having the pre-submission conferences, such as has been instituted for the commercial buildings, I think would be worthwhile there as well.
Yeah.
So that everyone understands. I think that getting everybody in the room, like we did with the project on East Putnam Avenue, that works really well, because Katie can get everyone in the same room together. I can't do that. And it's extremely helpful for the entire process, for staff and for the applicants. And for you, we get to you a better product.
Right.
Mr. Hegney's talking about the pre-application meeting that would take place with town departments prior to the actual submission to the office.
We talked about
think
doing
it's-
that so that we didn't end up with the stuff that just didn't work, that the applicant really hadn't communicated well enough with the town departments. So we talked about that at the briefing session.
And I can say that's a significant improvement to the overall process.
So back to the main point.
Do we
here.
buy you anything by approving it tonight? I mean, because Jody still has to check all the numbers.
Well, they
But that's,
Yeah, but we can go file with zoning enforcement and start that process.
All right.
And it really, it's very much timing and
These
carrying
applications-
expensive properties.
These applications are difficult for me. We're looking at a single-family residence, and if this building was at 149 cubic square feet,
You wouldn't be.
we'd never see it.
Right.
But it's just as big, and it's just going to have to go through the whole process,
Yeah.
except for us and except for going to conservation.
Well, that was kind of Mr. Hegney's point, but on the other hand, they have such an, at some point, you have to have a cutoff for when you're having a big visual impact on your community, and 150,000 cubic feet seems like a
For a commercial building, I completely understand that.
No, even for a residential.
But
It's getting late.
Let's move on, okay.
Let's move on.
All right, so.
So I
Ready
would
for
suggest-
37?
Close this?
Mr. Hegney.
We'll close on
if we close
35. We're
this
on
tonight,
37.
But please, the next time.
Oh, the message has come through loud and clear. If I
the idea.
can make it a succinct
Let's do
statement.
37.
You've got a planning plan.
Well, we
for
don't have it.
35. Yeah,
We
we
didn't
do.
get it.
Came
You
in
got
at-
it, you've got it, okay.
It's in the packet.
All right.
All right, what's your problem with 37, so we get to it?
Well, I think
If I could just start, and maybe it might shorten the questions and comments. There was an issue here on on the generator and on the pool equipment. We were showing it as 34 feet. That was a mistake. It has to be 35 feet in the rear yard, and we're now showing it on the A2 survey as 35 feet. I can say that is one of the things when you go through zoning enforcement, they look at that and you don't get past there. The other issue was the landscape plan. Now, this landscape plan is quite a bit more developed than the other one. And if you look at the aerial photos that Mr. Liebman handed out, you can see that this is almost a complete meadow right back to the wetlands. And in the photographs, I've taken one looking across the lot, and you can see that there are no trees where the house would be located. And when you look at photograph number 2, where you're looking down the full length of the lot, it's really just a complete wide-open meadow.
Well, what if you took the picture from the road?
Well,
You've got a grove of trees that goes along the entire front with the stone wall that you're basically clear cutting across the entire front of the house.
And in place of those, our client is showing 10 to 12 foot tall evergreens. They're Norway spruces, also along the southerly property line, and a few scattered around elsewhere. We're showing 103 new trees being planted on this property with this landscape
You did
plan.
such a great job of keeping the original trees on the other lot, and you clear-cut this.
Well, no, we're still keeping these trees on the south side and these on the north. It's really the road where they're looking to have, rather than deciduous, they're looking to have evergreens in those places. Other than that, I think it's all being built on a meadow.
How many mature trees are you cutting down?
Okay, so this is existing conditions, and
Here's my picture. How many do you see there?
A lot.
You want a picture?
Let him count, he's having a good time. Sorry, it's been a long night. Don't help him, Larry, he's almost done.
it's somewhere around 35 or 36. What we're showing on our landscape plan,
Just take a stab at how tall those 35 trees are.
that they range in size from 8 inches in diameter to
20?
I saw 1, 8, 8, 10, 12, here's a 16, there's a 26 here, but they're more in the 8 to 12 diameter range.
Yeah, it's the 16s, the 20s, 12s that I think are worth taking another look at trying to salvage.
Well, if you're looking to have more screening for your front yard, you're looking to have it 12 months out of the year rather than 6 months out of the year.
Yeah, but I don't think this is screening. I think if you see how far back they are from the road, it's more, you're keeping the line, it's keeping some of the nice mature trees around your driveway. I'm not saying you gotta keep them all, but if you keep 6 or 7, you keep the nice mature trees.
And then infill with the...
Infill and screening. I just think it would be nice to keep the neighborhood.
So what you're suggesting is that we keep some of the mature trees and then infill with the
I don't even care if you
the
infill.
spruces.
I think you did a beautiful job.
Well, infilling is nice, because it
Right,
gives you
but-
that woody kind of.
Because they are looking to provide screening.
On the other property, you have nice, big, mature, and you kept them.
Well, as you look at the two properties, they are different in terms of
Right, but you did a great job of keeping those, and I don't see why you couldn't.
This is Keith Russo, who's our landscape architect.
So, thank you for complimenting on keeping the trees in the other lot. And we also made the same efforts on this lot to look at that hedgerow and see what could be preserved. What we have is, in its entirety, it looks like a substantial stand of trees. But once you walk through it, which I did several times, in this day and age, there's ash blights and there's several of the trees are in decline. So once you start removing those trees, those pieces, you end up with, quite frankly, not a uniform stand of trees, but really a tree that, after you remove the dead ones, might only have one side left to it. And it's not the ideal situation to put a tree in, as it becomes more exposed to wind damage and such. So for a variety of reasons, again, we did give a consideration to trying to extend this hedgerow here, but what we ended up with is a nice mature oak tree here, sort of anchoring this corner. And again, what we do is we look at the crown, we see that it's in sound condition. Unfortunately, next to it there was a nice large ash. Now, ashes are in decline. It would not be prudent to save that tree, and quite frankly, you ask most arborists, and it's not prudent to save most ashes, because in 5 to 7 years, they're going to be, most of them
What do you wanna do,
will be
guys?
dying out. Yeah.
Gotcha. What do you want to do?
So when we looked at this, again, I think we made our best efforts to save the trees that merit preservation. And again, you can see where our scheme here was to sort of try to reestablish that hedgerow with the linden trees along here, while, again, opening up some sight lines into the property and out of the property.
On this property, why did you screen the front of the house, and on the next door property, you left it open?
Well, the next door property has the advantage of having some of that existing screening, anchoring.
The main trees are not screening.
Well, again, the idea is that it does provide separation between the road and the house, where here this is reintroduced to do that, just provide separation. But again, the owners had chosen a more solid screen here because this is lots more open front to back.
See, I'm confused because, we decide, we're informed by our conservation director, who's saying that it would be good to keep this. She says that the applicant should consider preserving the wall. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I apologize.
Mine, I got mine.
There is, the applicant should consider preserving the wall together with the trees and shrubs surrounding it. So she goes out there, she does a site walk, she comes back and she tells us that to save the trees and the wall. And you have not had a chance to speak with her.
Well, and that just came out.
Yeah, no, this just came out. But this is only a must open tonight. We only have to open this application tonight. Both 35 and 37 only had to be opened tonight.
Well, 35's open and closed.
Right, but I'm saying, you know, if we would like them to work with Alexandra and find a meeting of the minds, we can do that. And I think Mr. Fox also raised the question of the stone wall, the old stone wall, and she raises it as well, and she says it has value for wildlife. And really, because they burrow in it, is her point.
Well, there's also a stone wall on the north side of the property.
Yeah.
And what we're proposing is essentially moving the stone wall from where it is to the property line.
Yeah, but it won't be a little rickety stone wall like it is now.
It's moving a wall means that you're building a different wall. You're not, it won't look anything like the existing wall.
You know, the
But we're not dealing with
But
this
I understand
as
that.
a historic or scenic road.
I understand that, but I don't think that saying we're moving the wall is correct. You're putting in a new wall. And I appreciate the fact that what they want to do. I also appreciate the fact that wouldn't it be nice to do something with it? Are you removing it completely, or is it still going to be where is there going to be some kind of vestige of it somewhere?
Well, I think it'd be mistaken to classify it as a stone wall. I'd call it remnants of a stone wall. Again, there's really no substantial height or width
fair enough.
associated with it.
But it is a complete wall.
Well, no, I call it remnants of a wall.
How high is the remnants of the wall?
It might be a boulder high. Again, it's not, I wouldn't define it as what you think of as a wall.
By this site
Right.
at least 3 times a week.
Fox, I cannot hear you. Turn on your mic and be a good
I
boy.
drive, so please don't make representations because it's at least 2.5 feet tall.
Well, it's not of the same character as the wall on the other lot, that's for sure.
Okay, but you're not moving a wall, you're building a new wall.
Building a new wall,
And
yes.
you're dismantling an existing wall. So the question is, how much of it are you keeping?
None.
Are you keeping any of it?
On
Are you
this lot,
reusing any of it?
on this, we'll certainly reuse it for this wall, but on this lot, no, we're not keeping. Again, it's
all right.
it's not the same character as the wall on the other lot.
I'm just clarifying. You say you're reusing the stone. Is this a dry wall?
This will be a mortared wall.
So that's different from the existing wall?
Certainly,
So
yes.
it won't have the same character?
It won't have the same character, no.
How much of the stone are you reusing?
As much as it's practical. Again, there's really not a lot of substance in the majority of this wall to gather material. Again, it's not 2 feet high, it's not 2 feet wide, it's really just remnants.
You haven't had a chance to talk to Alexandra Mott,
I
right?
have not, no.
That's one of the things, when your complaint is you get it at the end, I haven't even yet seen her report because it wasn't part of the staff report when it was handed out on Friday. And it regularly comes in,
Yeah, we
Mondays
get
and
that.
She
Tuesdays.
gets the equal,
We get that, and
that's
actually,
frustrating for us.
it's frustrating for us as well.
It is.
Because
because we'll think something's okay, and suddenly, okay, so,
So what do we want to do?
what do you want to do, Andy? You want them to talk to Alexandra and save some of these trees?
I think I think 35 is a great plan. I think 37 needs some work.
What, can you be more specific now, so we can wrap it up?
He wants to construct trees.
Coming back at the next meeting, do you think that's enough time to
That would be more than enough time.
rework? Because if
Yeah,
that's
you know,
really the only
if
issue,
I
I
had
mean, that's a quick
known
item.
last week that this was going to
Got
be
it.
an issue, we
And
would
really,
have dealt with it then.
To be honest with you, the whole question about, hey, we're not focusing as much as we really should be on landscaping and preserving that green feel, just really came up in the briefing session. You heard it.
And that gets back to my point that if you are going to apply special permit standards, they have to be appropriate to the project that you're looking
Totally.
at. And the site plan special permit standards that you apply here really are more for commercial development.
We got you on the next task force, right?
Be happy to help out.
So you could get
Good point.
You could sort all this out by the 30th, like a submission by the 30th?
Yes.
That's almost 2 weeks.
Do they have the
Yes.
proper direction now on your 36?
If we could move ahead with 35 and
The 36?
do
you have on it?
the revisions on this and get
All
it
right,
on
then
the next meeting.
Then we're open.
Very good.
Okay,
Thank
let's
you,
go
Mr.
to
Chairman.
Field Point Circle.
Oh. Oh,
40
you can keep it. I've read
Who's
it.
handling Field Point Circle? You are?
Yes.
Come forward, please.
This is pretty clear, right? We need somebody. I wasn't.
Good evening. For the record, Rob Frangione, Frangione Engineering, representing the applicant XL3 LLC. We're here tonight seeking special permit and coastal site plan approval for a single-family home on 40 Field Point Circle that'll have a proposed building volume of approximately 172,000 cubic feet. The project protects two very large legacy specimen trees right here, as well as all the trees on the south, the trees in the view easement, and trees northern here.
And you did not give us a landscape plan, is that correct?
Correct, but Mr. Chapman, the architect for the project, is going to discuss some of the plantings with you.
On the legacy trees, would you like to?
Well, these are historic
Yes.
trees, and we really want to see a well-developed tree protection plan.
Yes, and
have some kind of, have the owner sign in blood to protect them, because beech trees are very, very.
This project was designed specifically to save those trees.
So tell me how
the
far
applicant-
outside the drip line the tree protection is.
The drip line, I mean, you have to remember that there's existing walls and building here.
Yeah.
So while the drip line does extend into a portion of this house, and I think, Frank, you can speak about that better than I can. Yes, they'll cover that a little better than I can. There is already disturbance in that area. The rest, all that I had to say was that the proposed building is compliant with setbacks, building height, FAR, number of stories in green area. DPW engineering has found the site drainage plan acceptable, and the septic system has also been approved by the health department. At this point, I think the issue of the tree protection is best handled with the architect.
And as suggested yesterday, we did reach out to Bruce Spayman, the tree warden, and that's why in your green packages, you'll see the standard handout that he has on tree protection. However, considering the significance of this tree, Mr. Spayman has agreed to go out to the property and work with the applicant. He's reached out to Mr. Frangione already, and it seems like they're amenable to working with Mr. Spayman also because obviously we need added protection given the
Absolutely,
significance of the
their
tree.
office called me today and said, "Can someone come meet me out on the site?" And unfortunately, I was in the midst of preparing for the P&Z deadline for other jobs today, so I couldn't just leave and go. But
We're
we
gonna-
certainly will work with Mr. Spayman on that.
We're going to jump you around a little bit. Staff had, everybody, I guess, had a problem. Jody Couture, the scale of the plans made it difficult for them to figure stuff out. And one of the main questions, and maybe Mr. Seal, you can help me ask this, was that this parapet line
With the roof. I'm going to pull up the
roof
plans.
and how that impacts the overall height of the structure?
Well, it was more a concern as to what actually is going on up there. You note a parapet line, but it looks like it's more like the peak of the house.
To that, I will defer to the architect, Frank Chapman.
Come on up.
Mr. Chapman, the ZEO and Mr. Chapman, our zoning enforcement officer, as well as our absent commissioner, both bemoaned that they didn't have 1/4 inch scale drawings. It apparently made it very difficult for them to follow.
I'm sorry, I thought our CAD part of our application would cover. I'm sorry. I will
Okay.
provide that.
Okay, and the ZEO's okay with you doing it at permit, but, wait, the ZEO's fine with you doing it now, but it made it hard for staff as well as the commission, the architects on the commission to follow. Is that right, Mr. McRae?
Yes.
Turn on your mic and talk.
So kind of a transference between what you intended on the drawings and how they scaled out when they were printed. Following the scale on the drawings, it didn't work out, so just something you probably remember.
Provide you with quarter scale.
Mr. Chapman, could you move the microphone up so I can hear you?
There, is that all right?
No, move it higher.
Help, Ms. Chapman,
You're
help him.
taller than Mr. Frangone is the problem. Well,
But
he's
he's
just
smarter,
taller.
so.
He's
Now,
just
now can you
taller.
hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, you were explaining the parapet and the height.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same details for the church.
When I received a copy of the comments from the planning staff, I prepared this document, and I hope you can read it. This is a partial elevation of the high part of the roof from both the east and the west side.
Nick, can you see that?
Not really, but continue.
And we really have a slightly different style on the east side, which is the front side, and the west side, which is the water side. And on your left is the entrance side, where we have a parapet wall which is 8 inches higher than the actual roof and curved at the top. Now, section 6.127 allows the parapet to be higher than the maximum of 47 feet 6 inches, but we don't plan to have it higher than 47 feet 6 inches. The top of the roof is at 46 feet 6, and that's the top of the sheathing of the roof. And then the waterproofing would be above that. So the top of the actual house would be some 10 inches below the maximum of 47 feet 6 inches. And we would have a little cupola on the west side, which I show on this drawing, and the parapet wall on the east side, the front side, would curve around so that the top of it is approximately at 47 feet 6 inches. We were very careful about that. We actually changed the configuration of the structure of the house and adjusted some ceiling heights in order to fit into the 47 feet 6 inches. And we kept the fill on the first floor below the windowsills, but we managed to have it work out, we think.
Okay.
So one last question on the height then. So even the finial that is shown on one of the elevations will be below that 47 and a half.
Yeah, we won't go above. the
Okay, it just was trying to read the plans and trying to pull out everything that was
Okay,
going
and
on. Just
I
couldn't-
realized after I prepared the documentation that I should have had one blow-up that showed all that rather than just showing it on the standard plans. I apologize for that.
No problem.
Okay. What do we have on this, gentlemen? Ladies? What do we have?
Go ahead, Nancy.
Reading the DPW report, there are, and I don't know which of you is, they're missing so many calculations and tests, and could you just comment on that?
No, I mean, he's found it acceptable. What he's asking for is a infiltration test, a double ring infiltrometer test. We did one in the upper parking court, up on, when we did the soil testing for the design of the pervious asphalt driveway, we did one here. What he's asking for is another one here. But the soils, as we get out towards the sound, it's all run-of-bank sand and gravel. It's all B soils. So doing that infiltration test is not going to be an issue. I just didn't do it because I knew the soils were getting better as we were getting here because it was perfect for the septic system. And them being B soils, they don't typically require the hydraulic conductivity testing. But I can certainly do it. And in my opinion, it's not going to alter the design at all.
Why is he asking for that sophisticated of a?
That's the drainage manual requires double ring infiltrometer testing. I do them on, that's why I did it up here, just to make sure that the soil, the conductivity rate
Based on state.
was good enough to infiltrate the runoff. It looks like 2 tin cans on the end of a pogo stick.
The other question I had is Ms. Mock commented on the fill at the pool. Can you address that?
I've not seen her comments. Did that come in
Yes, they
today
are.
as well? Or-
I know they are.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, the pool is where the pool is because we can't move it on, we don't want to move it on this side. We're trying to stay away from this big tree here. It meets the zoning setbacks. It just seems like the good place to put it, plus it works with the walkout here and the view out over to the water. I mean, you can talk about it more than I could, but the pool's in a spot where it really wants to be. So.
And
You're
where the
referring to Alexander
client wanted to.
Moxtown?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't understand, is it the fill around the pool?
Yes.
Yes,
was
it's
her
the fill. It's the steepness of the grade and the fill.
The grade was held at a maximum gradient of 2 feet horizontal for 1 foot down. And the owner wanted to keep the terraces of 5 feet walls that you see in several new houses. They preferred that we do an embankment. And so Mr. Frangione, responding to my question, said the maximum grade you can go to and hold it in grass is 2 feet horizontal and 1 foot vertical.
Yep.
And that's what we did here. And the other thing that was going into the landscaping part of the program is that the bottom of this embankment has to be behind can you see that line there?
Yes.
That line is the scenic easement for the neighbors. So we can't do anything and didn't want to do anything in this area here.
Okay.
And so that's why we have an embankment like it is.
To your credit, we get lots of people here who ignore those things instead of trying to get along with their neighbors, so we appreciate that.
Well, we want to do it anyway, but we have a client that feels very strongly to get along with everybody. So it's a happy thing.
You got some of the neighbors sitting in the back there.
Yes, I designed her house. So, your letter. Oh, goodness. This is.
Fits in right with this.
Yeah, this is here we go. This is
Heidi Smith, speaking on behalf of homeowner Heidi Smith. So I'm here just as speaking on behalf of the Architectural Committee of Field Point Circle. We reviewed the plans for the Gabelli House in April 28th with Frank and with the builder and the architectural committee. We have been having ongoing discussions with them. One thing what we're trying to do in Field Point Circle is to have a real systematic approach as to reviewing these files. And obviously, the Gabellis have been more than cooperative. Their aims regarding the trees that you speak of, the continuity of the existing land and utilizing the land properly is there. And one of the things that we ask, we're very vigilant about landscaping, especially landscaping changes, which we have seen through the neighborhood. And it is very important for our committee to try to find the landscaping plans at the beginning of the project and to really can see them follow through.
So have you?
So we have seen and we have spoken regarding the plans that we saw in April. I actually have spoken to people, and I understand, and I know the property. And I think the foremost issue was the beech tree. And a lot of that, the rest of the property and the siting of the house and everything else sort of played off of that. So I think that was very much in line with what we as a community want. So, any other questions, I'll be happy.
So you approved it?
So we did. And we have a letter which we give the owner, and you're going to give you a copy, so you have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Although we do have one or two conditions that we want to be kept up to speed, so.
We promise we won't put up any chain link fences.
During construction?
What'd you say?
Even during construction?
Bob, do you have anything
That's
else on
different.
this, since this was your
Hold on, anything else, guys?
application?
Anything else?
I do have one. I inadvertently cheated on the area of the basement. I took the area of the basement, divided it by 2 because of where the grade plane is, and then subtracted off the garage and the utility room and the boiler room, and I found out that you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to do it like before tax. You subtract it off of the whole number and then take the 50%. So we are now 1,500 square feet under the maximum area we can have rather than 2,200. So this is a corrected.
Oh, okay, because Mr. Seal had actually made that correction on what we have. We're only showing you as 1,500
And
under.
this is corrected. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we have you as proposing 13,109.
That is exactly.
Because he made the correction already for us.
I corrected it and apologize, and I will take this drawing, and I wish if I had it to do over, I would have printed this in color, which was dumb, anyway. And I'll blow it up to a quarter scale, and so that it will be correct. And we have, very quickly, I'll go over our landscaping program, as we discussed briefly, is really taking what's there and keeping it as much as possible. The property was really beautifully landscaped, and we want to continue with that situation. We have on the street, this is the wall in front of the property, and all of the trees in front of the property will be kept as the Field Point Park Association required. This is one of the big beaches. This is one of the big beaches, and this is the biggest beach. This tree is a Norway maple that's been very, very badly damaged, and so it's gone. It's going.
What'd you say it was?
Norway.
It's a Norway maple that.
Our conservation lady likes us to get rid of those anyway.
Yeah.
That's a freebie.
They are. They're not my favorite tree either. And
Well, apparently they're an invasive, so.
well, they were very popular right after World War II when they were building all these little houses. And the problem now is they're all dying all at once. Yeah, we have that problem in my neighborhood too. The utilities are going to be in front to the side of the house and be basically shrubed off with rhododendron. This is a low wall, and this is a low wall, and this is kind of a beautiful garden that's almost completely surrounded with evergreen plants, mostly rhododendron, and we're going to keep that, and that's one of the primary views from the house. In the front yard, this area here and this area here is grass with a few very large trees, all of which we want to keep, except that I've got one beanpole pine tree that I would suggest that should be removed because they wait until you finish your house and then fall on it. Now, over here, we have taken our walk going down to the lower area and walled it off with your 5-foot maximum walls so that we have as much distance for the root system of the big beech as possible. And I draw a circle of where its leaves more or less go to. And this area has already been disturbed because the existing house is there, and we're not touching this area here. So the only part where we're damaging the root system is in this area right here. And we think that our damage is going to be minimal. And this tree, essentially, the house right now is about here, so that most of this tree's root system is not going to be disturbed.
How the foundation elevation of the existing house, what's the proposed versus the current? I'm more worried about the tree and how far down you're going.
Okay, the existing house, first floor elevation, and the new house, first floor elevation are identical.
Okay.
And the step up from the ground to the house is identical. So essentially, we're keeping the grade.
Is there a basement?
Yes.
On that side, and is the basement increasing at all on that end?
Well, this right here, let's see, where is it? This right here is on a crawl space. And the thing we're worried about is the amount of damage that one does in trying to build.
Right.
And so that's why we did this. And we're doing a excavation here. This new garage is 1 story below the existing garage. And we have a wall on this side, and where we have trees, we have bumped the wall out. This tree is Norway maple, but it's in extremely good condition, and it's never had any competition. And the owner has agreed with a neighbor that we're not going to touch it. And these 3 red dots, you can't see, can you?
Okay, keep going.
These 3 red dots are 2 sweet gums and a white oak that all have about a 30-inch diameter trunk. Wow. And we're bumping out here to protect their root systems. These 2 are bony Norway maples, but they're not on our property. And then we have 2 very large trees here, which are oaks that we will keep. And so our landscape program is basically keeping what's here and not damaging it and building the house. And the architectural style of the house is one that does not demand a lot of landscape foundation planting. I don't know that we won't do it anyway, but this basically is our landscape program.
That's a pretty good a good expression of a landscape program as I've ever seen. Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can we close on this, guys?
You don't want to see
Anything from the public again?
What
Nope.
would you like to show us?
We did that. Thank you.
This is the waterside view.
We're going to close on this.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, we're finished.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, let's go on this now.
Just
right.
FYI, the Mets won.
The Mets won?
Yes,
What score?
5-2.
5-2?
Yep,
5-2, right?
on the record.
Very, very good. Okay,
I
let's
want to
see,
go to the game.
we're starting on
Meadowwood, 45 Meadowwood?
number 5.
Number 5?
That's open. So number 6
Well, you start with me.
is, you're quite right, 45 Meadowwood.
Okay, so I'd like to move approval of this 340 square foot addition, which represents a net increase of 218 square feet. Subject to, the applicant's going to address the ZEO comments, correct the FAR for the basement, provide documentation for substantial improvement, and comply with any relevant flood zone regulations. We'll also address sewer comments regarding relocation of the sewer line as well as the associated grinder pump. The applicant will submit a planting plan and will provide information on how the Copper Beach is being protected.
There is one on that property.
There was,
Anything
though.
to
He
add?
said yes.
I think we.
Anything to add?
Okay, I
Anybody?
think that's it.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 7, Katie?
I'd like to move approval of the submission from planning and zoning staff for the regulation changes, and just noting that we received comments from the COG, from our COG, saying that they will not comment on this time because they see limited municipal impact. And no other comments?
Oh, also, the comment also from
John
the Goucher.
That
right,
it has
the-
no coastal impact.
Right.
Good comment. Okay, second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 8.
Move approval of this.
35.
35 Moortown, right? Moreland.
Moreland.
Moreland Road. The applicant is going to correct the FAR calculations and adjust the attic accordingly and confirm them with the ZEO. We have received the planting plan and we want it reviewed by Conservation, and I think that was it, right?
No, not on 35.
Oh, no review, no review. Okay, skip the review from Conservation. Anything else on 35 Moreland?
Okay, second?
Do you want to keep
All in
any more
favor,
trees?
say aye. Okay, number 10,
10. We
40
left-
Pink Point.
Okay, move approval of this application, 40 Field Point Circle. The applicant shall provide documentation on the protection for the legacy trees, the 3 legacy trees, and submit the associated landscape plans. Shall provide the quarter-inch scale plans, and also that we get that, I don't know what to call it, but those explanations he had on the height and the cupola, I'd like to have them in the record. He showed them to us, but just because there was a lack of clarity for us, I'd like that incorporated into our material on it. And as I remember, we were missing the zoning location survey, and we'd like to have that included as well. Anything else?
Nope.
Address all staff comments.
Second, anybody?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are
Well-
finished.
What was?
Did you do a minute? Do we have minutes here?
Yes, hold on. I'd like to move approval of the October 6th meeting minutes. I need a second on the minutes.
All in
Aye.
favor?
Sorry.